Oh, hello, Code. It's a year old. It's the anniversary. Therefore, it's now an old game. Yo, what's up, Waga? Hello, Andre. I did survive, yeah. So, for anyone wait, who was watching at the end of yesterday's broadcast, it appeared as though she kind of died. But no, my internet just cut out for like it was like 2 to 3 hours. And that actually happened earlier in the day as well. So, Scamcast strikes again. But, yeah, I'm back. Hello, Fondue. Why didn't you make the race? Well, the race it did not get announced in the announcements channel. So I didn't know about it until last night. And then I had no plans to join the race. I haven't done an 80% run in like probably 3 months. Hey, what's up, MD? Hello, Viola. On early. I've been trying to start stream like actually on time. Relatively. I was thinking if my sleep schedule stays roughly the same, then I might try out streaming certain streams at like 4 or something. Like earlier. We'll see. Cause yeah, I'm jet lagged still. Oh, you were riding for an hour? Yeah, it wouldn't have come back. I figured, oh, this might be... Well, I guess it happened earlier in the day, right? So I was pretty sure it wasn't going to come back, but I was still streaming for like... I don't know, a little bit after it died. Just to see if it was a little blip. Yo, what's up, Samurai? Yeah, happy birthday to the game. Came out 1 year ago today. Or yesterday or whatever. But, yeah. Kinda cool. And to celebrate, I'm going to be doing what I was doing before. Which is routing blindfolded. Okay, so from here, I think I did 1, 2, 3. Rocket shield, rocket claymore. Did I already set up the, must already be set up, right? Yo, what's up, Sky Piratus? Thank you for the good. Hello, Styro. You wore your Majora's Mask shirt in celebration. That is such a good way to celebrate. I mean, this is basically the Majora's Mask of Breath of the Wild. Right? It's the sequel. Don't you mean 2P1C World Record Anniversary? No, I don't, Mikey. We got the 2P1C World Record. Where is it? On 508, 4 days ago. because I had to travel back up. So I like took some days off before the game came out. It's close though. I should have put that in the title on the 8th. Wait, but I probably wasn't streaming on the 8th. Well, it is what it is. Oh, thank you for the 5-bit Samurai. Let's see. Oh, hello, Robert. I am probably not going to be doing any, like, full runs today. For sure. But, it is actually very close to having the route, like, kind of finished. Which is exciting. Yo, what's up, whale? This is the Dark Souls of Minecraft. So true. Yeah, that was bad. I don't really know what that means. Dark Souls of Minecraft. Oh, thank you, Amka. How's it been a year already? I don't know. You got knocked out. Been in a coma. Oh, I think I was supposed to be counting. Well, I guess that worked. Yo, what's up, Theos? Can't believe Breath of the Wild came out 25 years ago. I mean, obviously a joke, but isn't Breath of the Wild like 7 years old or something? The Fortnite of Pokemon? Is there a... I know there's like a new thingy. It's like a... I think it's Pokemon Rogue or something. Let's see, something like this. Oh, thank you, Moldy. Do we not have very pog? They must have removed it. Surely we had it at some point. It's very punishing. You really gotta know the competitive meta. Yeah, I've just seen like, what is it? A lot of tweets from, well, definitely Blunder. I'll see him posting about it. Who's your emote guy? Fire them? No, I can't do that. No, I blame 7TV for this one. There's no way we didn't have very pog. Hey, what's up, Redux? Okay, so that was I just got the steering sticks. I think I need to. I was looking at this. I definitely need to figure out the flight to the steering sticks a little bit more because I don't know. It wasn't like 100% consistent on the angle, and I don't know exactly why that was happening, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, it is for Blindfolded. But yeah, essentially like that section needs to be ironed out a little bit more. And then you would warp back. So you get the steering sticks using roughly the movement I just did. You warp back to Ultra Hand. Then from here, I believe I was doing something like this. And then it was that. And then jump like there. And then from here... Oh, Mike, thank you for the 6-month resub. What's up, J-Bobes? Yeah, this vintage game. It's such a classic, man. This was my childhood. Just kidding. Oh, I actually can't say that. Isn't that weird? I'm not like old yet. But I'm not like super young. And then you do a like this. Oh, I used up like too much rocket fuel. Hey, what's up, Karma? Thanks for the good luck. How's it going, Veggie? Hello, Rhythm Blue. What's up, TK? Thanks for the good luck. I think it was something like this. And then you drop down. So this, I think, is supposed to put me right in front of the door. The gate. It's kind of like perfectly in line with the shrine, actually. Which is kind of neat. And then I think it was like you could do this. Potentially you could use the rocket fuel, although that seems like it could be a bad idea in that if you do that. Well, yeah, okay. So I don't know exactly how, like... how precise the landing spot's gonna be. I feel like given the amount of, like, space here, it should be totally fine. Like, the angle I just... I just used. Like you'll land somewhere on this bridge, probably. But yeah, it's like you could technically use the rest of your rocket fuel. You just have to be careful about shield durability, because yeah, I used too much on the first thingy, the first pocket rocket flight. But yeah, essentially you want to get to this gate, which I was thinking like you probably don't even need to get to the gate. This is just like, it definitely works from here. And also this is, you know, a very easy spot to get to. But you could potentially do it from like earlier. You just have to dive such that you can like go towards army. Because right here, so this is the thing. I need to equip shield, and then we do this. You hold backwards. Yeah. Like this. Right. Link dives down. I actually don't know exactly why he does that. Oh, I don't have fairies. Wait, why don't I have fairies? Oh, it's because I used 2. And I only had 2. Wait, that actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, but basically, you like land there and then do another steering stick like clip. And that takes you to army. And then from there, essentially, you just do everything like normal. But when I say like normal, I mean everything should be basically the same as it was in the old route. So it's like kind of already figured out. Yo, no way. Is that Mr. 24 Gamer? Requiem of Spirit? GG. How were the rest of the runs? Got another 24 but with a gamer. Wait, was it a PB? Holy, wait. 0.8. Sick. GG though. Yeah, this guy's a gamer. Lozataka. Messed up Fireblight phase 2. But was it like you messed it up or just RNG? I guess is presumably an actual mistake. Otherwise. Yeah. It's like there's always copium, right? If it's RNG, then it's like, oh, it was out of my hands. And then if it wasn't RNG, then you're like, well, at least it was within my control. Either way, seems like the 3 ancient arrow is working. You were just sandbagging before. Oh, I was gonna basically. Okay, we'll just set that up again. Oh, I'll just reload. Go from the start. So my idea right now is to skip the arrows, because duping fairies and gems, like, we don't really need to dupe that many, right? So you just grab the ferry. It's right here. You run over this way, like this. And then from here, you can dupe on this patch of dirt. And dirt doesn't deal durability to your shield, I think. Wait, let me just make sure. Yeah, you can see that, like, we're all good. And so you can just, like, dupe. Yeah, this is like a big patch of dirt, right? So it should be totally fine. You can just dupe here, right? Because, like, okay, we're thinking, how many fairies do you need? So the minimum number would be however many times you get hit by gems in army, which isn't technically the number of gems you throw, right? The majority of the gems that were used before is in Ganondorf, right? Because it was like you were just chucking gems close range. It was like 90 gems, so you needed 90 fairies at least. Looks can be deceiving. Well, I literally just did it like 10, 15 times in a row and didn't damage my shield. So it's like you just go in the corner. Oh yeah, but like you don't need to. It's a big patch, which means you don't need to go near the edge at all. If you didn't want to. Yeah, Franck. I feel like the routing should probably be finished up by the end of today. But yeah, the idea for me is basically you don't really need to dupe that many. I would guess like 30 minimum, maybe. It could be fewer than 30, potentially. Essentially, you could not FDC on some of the flights if you wanted. That's not really that important, but you could. It's just like 1 or 2 extra ferries. Because like FDCs are kind of free now that we have Aerosmuggle. It's just how that interacts with your momentum. Oh, you're falling? Oh, no way. Oh, wait, this is super dumb. So I can't actually use the controller while it's plugged in. So thank you, 8-Bit Do, for that one. Whatever. I'll just like talk through the thought process. Basically, you dupe, I don't know, 30 fairies, which is only, you start from 1, and then you go to 2, 4, 8, 13, wait. Okay, 1, and then 2, 4, 8, 13, 18, 23, 28, 33. So that's a minimum of 8 dupes. You don't really know if you hit the dupe though. So you probably want to do more. Oh, I don't know. It's like, honestly, getting arrows might not be too bad. Right, because you just go to the balcony and then you can clip from the balcony. Just thinking about like what's the ideal way to dupe, and you can dupe while diving, but you need to be in bullet time for that. Because the way you do it is you dive and then you pull out the bow, and then from here you should be in bullet time, so you're moving really slow, and then when you take things out, they will stay close to Link. See, we're right here. You can see they're like way up above. But in slow-mo with bullet time, you're actually able to like dupe them and then grab them mid-air. And so that's a really efficient way to dupe, because you're like on the way down anyway after clipping out of bounds. So that would be good, but you need arrows. And so the spot we would get arrows is like potentially the balcony here, which I don't think is too hard to get to. You just have to arrow fly a little bit farther. So that's definitely an option. Also, my controller is 100% drifting, unfortunately. Yo, what up, beer? So I'll be getting another one at some point. Luckily, I don't really need it for Blindfolded. Yeah, this is the Procon. But yeah, maybe we do clip from the balcony. And then you just dive dupe on the way down. You could dupe like 5 fairies. I think it still makes sense to dupe fairies here. And then dupe some more later. Right, you'd still be duping like up to 5. Right here, and yeah, I think we use enough of the rocket fuel that like having or conserving durability is a good idea. Yo, what's up, One Fart Man? Wait. Okay, I just saw it. I think orange. No, I did see One Fart Man. There we are. Thought I was going crazy. Also, hello, Night Owl and Marty. How are you guys doing? But yeah, you still dupe up to 5 here, which I guess you can tell when you have 5. And then you could guarantee that you have like 10 if you wanted, and then just dupe more later. That seems good. And then how many topaz do we even need? Because it's just army, right? So I think I usually dupe up to 20. 21 to 25, something like that, for any percent, but this is blindfolded, so I don't know. We'll probably use a few more just to make it like super easy. So let's just say I dupe to 30. Let's just do 30 of both. Oh yeah, I guess you would wait to... Okay, so I'm thinking don't get the topaz, right? Because the topaz kind of requires extra meandering around here, where I think I timed going straight to the ruby from after recall, and it's gonna take roughly a minute extra. I think I got to the spot where the ruby was in like 50 seconds, and then you have to like pick up the ruby. I'm doing pretty well. Thanks for asking. Yo, what's up, Zam? Thanks for the good luck. But essentially, it's like a minute compared to if you were to get the topaz from the Castletown ruins, you would have to make your way over to the gate, which isn't technically true. But I was like looking at it, and so there's an issue essentially with the topaz that I don't see for the ruby, where I have 10 message not found swords zuggled, right? And so I'm in a state where if I have everything equipped, it's overloaded. Which means that if I try to ultra hand something, it's gonna freak out. Wait, let me do this. Right. I'm not actually able to control ultra hand. But to get to the I'm using Pocket Rocket, and Pocket Rocket requires me to have the shield and like weapon equipped, because if you unequip either the shield or the weapon, it breaks the Pocket Rocket. By like resyncing your equipment or something, because you have it fuse entangled. And so you need both of those equipped. And I think the overload threshold, you would need to unequip something. Like, it only needs to be one piece of equipment to be able to ultra hand. I guess I should check. I'm under the impression that you wouldn't be able to pop out a treasure chest from the ground while overload is active. And so you need to unequip something. And so either you do it for the bow, which is the thing that gives you arrow smuggle, or you do it to the shield and weapon, which are both required for Pocket Rocket, which if you were to essentially go pick up the Castletown topaz, then you would ideally, to get to like the gate, want to use an arrow flight with Pocket Rocket. That'd be the fastest way to do it. But yeah, it's like you'd have to like get rid of something. Yeah, I was just looking at both options because like it takes about a minute to get the pawn side ruby. It's looking like I came up with a way to do it, to get to it. That seemed pretty quick, and it was like 50 seconds to get there. But the ruby was already like picked up, so I didn't include time to like hit the rocks and pick up the thing. Yeah, it's awkward with the Pocket Rocket. You'd have to probably get rid of your bow, your like arrow smuggle, and that's not great. You could go back to like setting it up on demand, but yeah, it's just not pretty. And like I don't know, potentially you could like I think I tried it. You could like try to clip from where the treasure chest is, Because at that point, I don't think you need arrow smuggle for anything. So you could... Well, I guess you don't need pocket rocket either. Once you land and get the topaz, you could like immediately clip and then try to like dive up to get closer to army. But I think the one time I tried it, it didn't work super well. Yo, Lift Big Love, thank you for the 10-month resub. Also, hello Mace. Thanks for the good looks. Oh, thank you, Bretzel. Yeah, it is kind of far. And yeah, I timed essentially running straight to the gate from the topaz chest, and it took 50 seconds. No, it may have been 40. But essentially, it's the same amount of time it would take to get the ruby, almost, to just run that distance. Because the ruby's not actually that far. And so, if you're also kind of like considering getting arrows, then honestly, like getting the ruby is probably the better play. And then you just arrow fly farther towards castle. And it should be pretty easy to anchor and like find the right spot to get to the balcony to pick up arrows. And then you just clip down, dupe everything while you're diving. Now you have arrows, and then yeah, it should be pretty good. I guess I didn't check. So it contributes, or arrows contribute to overload, right? So if you have arrows, does that mess with like soft locking for Zelda? Yo, what is up, Veg? Thanks for the good luck. Hello, Progress fan. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, happy birthday to Tears of the Kingdom. It has apparently been a year. Yeah, this game has been pretty fun. I'll say, like, it's still not what I wanted in terms of like speedrunning. I think there has been a lot of cool stuff, but obviously comparing to Breath of the Wild, it was disappointing for speedrunning. But yeah, it's been pretty fun. I've gotten to route more, which has been cool. Because like, what with Blindfolded, all Gleox, yeah, it's been a cool experience. Yo, Veggie, thank you for the sub. Yeah, we hit the 60-40 requirement. So thank you to everyone for subbing. Got a bit of a raise. It'll be a bit before I think we can hit the 70-30 split, but it's a goal to work towards. It's only when they're notched. So you don't pull the bow, they won't contribute. Oh, okay. Okay, then it should be totally fine, right? Because you're unequipping the shield and the bow anyway. So you can't notch it. Okay, that's cool. Oh, thank you for the good luck. Yeah, the routing has been really, really fun. I mean, like, when you think about it, with blindfolded runs, obviously, the finished run is also like cool, but I feel like the routing is where things are more interesting because, and like most of it is routing because you're solving the problems. Yeah, it's been a really fun process. And it's almost done, I think. Almost. I was thinking about like in terms of wait, could you throw... Okay, this is something I was thinking about earlier as well. In Ganondorf... Well, I guess in Dragon, does the current strat get messed up by having Zuggled Master Swords, right? Because you're going to one-shot every eyeball. And I think the current strat doesn't one-shot every eyeball, which means you'd be getting off of the dragon earlier. I've never done the strat, so I don't know how it would kind of interact with it. That would be a question for like Livia or Saver. But that was something I was thinking about. And then something else I was thinking about is like, you could throw the Zuggled weapons at Ganondorf phase 3, maybe? Does that work? Would that just kill him? Well, it wouldn't kill him, but like, essentially for the last hit, you could just try to throw it at him. Potentially. Oh, thank you, March 9th. You think Tears of the Kingdom was more fun casually? Yeah, I would say that's my stance as well. Oh, Jedi, thank you for the 17-month resub. Hello, why you kick my dog? It'll do a lot of damage if it hits. It would be the same as like one hit, right? One slash, because it's still critting. I think. But yeah, that is of course assuming it hits, which I don't know how reliable throwing dynamic Zuggled weapons are in terms of like accuracy. Yo, what's up, Poochie? But yeah, that was just something I had thought of earlier today. So I'm really just stalling right now. Well, my other controller is like charging. Wait, is it charging? That was suspicious. I looked down at the controller and it didn't appear to be charging. All right, more stalling. I mean, it's like it's probably fine. I don't think I've had it actually run out of battery so far, but but yeah, basically what you would do here for the duping, getting back to that, you would have one fairy and one gem. It would probably be the ruby by this point. Well, I guess you wouldn't have the topaz. So let's just assume you're getting Pawnside ruby, right? And we're gonna dive dupe. You get Pawnside ruby, you get the fairy, you have one of each. I think that should be the only things in your inventory. So when you get here, you would dupe 1, 1, 1, 2 of each. And then you would have 4 rubies, 4 fairies. You'd probably dupe the 4 fairies. Wait, how does this interact in terms of and knowing like which one is which? it doesn't really matter. You're trying to dupe both. But every time you try to dupe, it like it sorts the inventory out, right? And there are 3 different sorts here. I guess maybe you just keep track of it. Hello, man with the afro. Oh, you pick it up. Wait. Every time you pick it up, so the last thing you pick up is what you're focused on. Yeah. So that's how you would know. And then you could essentially dupe 2 of each the first 2 times. Or you dupe both the first 2 dupes, and then you would focus on fairies. And so you get to 10 or 8 or whatever. I guess you would go with 8. And then dupe the rest while dive duping later. So you'd have 8 fairies, 4 gems, and then you just dupe while clipping. Yo, Beer, thank you for the 512 bits. Oh, Vaho, thank you for that 21-month resub. Hope you're doing well. And man, this controller. The controller feels so nice though. Like using this tiny 8-bit do Lite makes you realize how good the Pro controller is in terms of ergonomics. Which really the bar is, you know, there is no bar. This thing is terrible, but it's still nice. A nice Switch. Yo, what's up, Clouded? Thank you for the raid. How was the stream? How did you celebrate the 1-year anniversary of this game? Wait, this is so nice. Did some casual gaming. Who are you calling a nerd? Oh, hello, Olive. What's up, Lucas? Zesty. Do you also happen to be a mother? The game, I don't think is a mother. But it is also Mother's Day, so happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Oh, Marty, thank you for the 500 bits. Casual cheating? Oh no, you were duping? Come on, everybody knows. If you dupe, then you're a cheater. Come on, this single player video game, you're not allowed to play it how you want to play it. You had MNF? Okay, but like MNF's cool. Oh, hello, Danny. Dude, wouldn't this be funny? You just like turn to the left and then Link just turns down because your controller is broken. No, the 8-bit do controller luckily cannot drift. This is the Procon. So I'll need to buy a new one at some point. Actually, routing has been like pretty good. I think the route is almost figured out. Like, it should be done today. Because I decided that steering sticks are actually good. Do you think sub 40-30 any percent is possible? Oh yeah, it was done today by Moldy. Twice, I think. At this point, sub 40 is probably also gonna happen pretty soon. But yeah, there have been a lot of oh, I didn't mean to do that. A lot of recent optimizations. What do existing blindfolded runs do after GSI? You still get the steering sticks, so it's like the same route, kind of, except like slower. Well, you don't get the ferries on the Sky Island. You instead get ferries at a different spot, but it's like a slower ferry location. I know Saver uses a horse to get to a well somewhere over here. Maybe here. Wait, is it by the Coliseum? And then once you have the ferries, you ride the horse to the steering sticks. And then from there, you drop down, or you warp back to GSI, drop down, and then ride the horse. Wait, no, actually, you don't ride the horse for this one. Right? Or do you? I don't know. But basically, you run over to Castletown. And so, essentially, now it's kind of the same thing. You need ferries, you need the steering sticks, and then you need to get to Castle. But it's just way faster because you just fly straight there. Yeah, it's a Epona. But I think Livy's run is no amiibo, so yo, what's up, Doc? Hello, Chicken Chunks. What's up, y'all? Thanks for the good looks. I can't believe you'd laugh at Neil. Honestly, I can believe it. MZ is toxic. I wonder how long it takes this controller to charge. Just don't say hi to everyone. True. Wait. If you're walking down the stairs... Okay. So, the solution to having a temporary bow on your feet and, like, not picking it up when you do a shield surf can be, like, you know, fusing. Or you use fuse and then you walk. And then it shouldn't have the take prompt appear. But apparently if you're going downstairs, it actually can still appear, which is interesting. Not really relevant, but interesting. If you're going upstairs, it's fine. Can you not play while charging? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Am I charging it? I guess I could try... It's plugged into the Switch dock. Which maybe the Switch is like trying to use it as a wired controller or something. I don't think I have an outlet. Oh, I could try this. Wait. So now it's plugged into... Yeah, no, I think it just can't play while you're charging it. Oh, wait. What? Just kidding. Now it seems to be working. Okay, we're good. I don't know what exactly I did. I did switch to having it not plugged into the dock, which could be why. They should make a controller with 4 D-pads. What's the 4th D-pad for? Yeah, we could dupe bows, or like dupe way more bows. It'd be pretty easy. BXY, that sounds terrible. Wait, what if you want to press 2 buttons at the same time? Do you just not? Okay, wait, what am I doing? I didn't dupe. It shouldn't really matter. Oh, you know what's fun? I'm actually gonna be using, so this controller, right? It's got D-pads for sticks, which means that stick press, right? L3, R3 is not an input that you can do, except it is. It's just really bad. Because it's a D-pad, so there's no like middle button. But if you press all of the buttons at the same time, then you can get it to work. It's like something you kind of shouldn't do. but it does work. And so, you know, pressing all of the buttons at the same time, when it's the right stick, is actually okay because it just moves the camera. It doesn't move Link. And we're at a point where I think every single button is required, even down on the D-pad, unfortunately. Because, well, I guess you don't need screenshot, so you remap that. And then down on the D-pad is actually required, and right, or like you need scope, you need crouch, and you need down on the D-pad. So like you need both stick clicks. So it is possible. You just need to use the right stick click, which is yeah, not a good input. Oh, hello, Youngtus. You can't do it, but you can. Inspirational quote. Sure. You know, if you guys are inspired by it, then that's good. Hello. Is that LP8 or IP8? L, okay. Welcome in. Gotta do this. What do I do 50? Where does that take me? Okay, what if I land here? I just want to see, like, if you land early, isn't it totally fine? Well, maybe not totally fine. But in terms of, like, it's better to land early than late, because if you just err on the side of landing early, then you know which direction to go. If you land late sometimes, that would be bad, because you don't know. You would assume that you're walking backwards to get to the Gerudo lady, but that would be wrong. And so you'd be walking in the wrong direction. And it's like, how would you know that you're walking in the wrong direction? Whereas if you land early, then you could just go. Yeah, I am. I've been working on a blindfolded route for the last, like, month. And it's almost done. The Great Plateau, yeah, it's pretty cool, honestly. Oh, I guess I should do it like this. So 2, 3. Oh, yeah. This wouldn't be a problem because I would not mess up. So, you wouldn't have to really do this, but... Oh, I'm on an already damaged shield for some reason. Whatever. Doesn't matter. You can swap to any shield. Oh, I guess that's true, yeah. I was thinking, that it would, like, overload it. But I think the swap off of the shield and swap back on means that it won't overload. Yeah, I was just worried about it, like, dropping the shield to the floor. But yeah, it would work. And then from here... Hey, what's up, Zist? No. There's no need to double check, because we're just right. Okay, then you would do this until you hit the Great Plateau. And then maybe you just do like 10. Something like that. And then you could just walk forward. Something like that. I don't know. I feel like Savior's probably better at figuring out how to get to like consistent landing locations. I just did 50. It's like 50 jump slash cancels, and then you start falling, and then when you hit the Great Plateau like area, you get a discovery sound, and then you can do a few more. And honestly, like, you have so much room to land because you're coming from that direction. You just need to land somewhere on this like lower area, I think. You might be able to just like hit the trigger in one go. Do you do weapon state transfer? Yes, we do. But it's like 1.0, so it's really easy. Do you use her to normalize position? Yeah. There might be a faster way to do it. Like, if you know your angle is always going to be the same, there's probably a corner you could find. But yeah, the Grudo lady will always put you in the same spot. So, and the like radius for the trigger to talk to her is really it's not like super big. It's pretty big though, so you should be able to hit it very consistently. Yeah, it's a bullet. And then, dude, honestly, I feel like this could be difficult, or at least more difficult than you might think, because you have to warp to Ultra Hand. When you're on GSI, everything is so close together. But that's probably not too bad. I don't think it's super like precise. Yeah, because it like homes in. Okay, well, that was only because there was like two things next to each other. Right. This one, you're hitting something that's, I don't know, pretty far away. Yeah, I know, right? Time is flying. I did kind of expect to have essentially just been playing Tears of the Kingdom for the full year. That, like, I went back to speedrun Breath of the Wild for a bit, and I'll probably go back once Blindfolded is done, maybe. Well, we'll see. I'll probably do Blindfolded, and then Tears of the Kingdom any percent again with the new stuff. It's been all the rage these days. And then Breath of the Wild again. Or switch up the order. I don't know. But yeah, essentially, like, I guess the longer categories in this game weren't as enticing as I thought they'd be. I mean, in general, it would be Breath of the Wild because of the glitches that you use for speedruns. My first playthrough, I had more fun with Tears of the Kingdom, but overall, yeah. Breath of the Wild has just been such a big... I mean, like, the reason I'm, like, streaming right now is because of Breath of the Wild, so it's just such a good game. Because, yeah, it's what got me into speedrunning in the first place. And the glitches in Tears of the Kingdom are, like, they're fine. I just don't find them as interesting. True, yeah, there's the race. Ow. How many people participated? I think I took a nap. Well, I woke up at like 6 a.m., took a nap, and then by the time I woke up, it was done. So I was probably... I could have been awake for the race, but... when you think about it, I would have had to speedrun on this thing, which is Drifting Pro Controller, so... it's probably okay that I didn't. Blindfolded Gamer? I've done it. Well, actually, remember that one clip of... wait, was it a clip? I feel like Tapir did it. Like, closing his eyes. What's my sleep schedule? It is completely messed up. I go to sleep at like 12 or 10 to 12. So once I end stream, I just like eat, go to sleep immediately, and then wake up at like somewhere around 6 to 10. This is terrible, I know. But yeah, like my whole family has been super jet lagged. Yeah, 11 to 12 people is pretty good. Well, really good. I mean, isn't that like the same as the tournament? Like the full tournament? Okay, so I think the plan was to do this. And then... Oh, wait, no. I'm going straight to the balcony. Yeah. Yeah, 20, okay. That is more than I remembered. What's up, Tapir? The 9 to 5 desk job sleep schedule. Yeah, well, I don't have a 9 to 5, so... I don't need that sleep schedule. Yeah, true. Gotta be ready for Evo. Oh man, I was looking at flights. And it's messed up that they don't do flights like in the middle of the day. And if they do, they're way more expensive. So I need to figure that out. Essentially, the late night flight back is fine, except that the train stops running. Like, literally, if it was 20 minutes earlier, like if it arrived 20 minutes earlier, it'd be totally fine. Because I could catch the last train. But because, essentially, like, the last train is probably, like, 30 minutes after the plane lands. But you have to deplane and then make your way over to the train station. And so it's like not enough time to do that. It would cut it very, very close if it was possible. But yeah, it's kind of annoying. Ask the train to wait. I don't think I can do that. Yo, what's up, Theo? Oh, hello, Geely. The testing is going well. I do not like having this controller plugged in. It's like plugged in behind me, and this cable is not super long. It's like, it's okay. Don't you know who I am? The thing is, they don't. Hey, looking at flights, yeah, dude, it's messed up because like, I think I lost count. Whatever. Doesn't matter. It's so hard to count while you're like talking. As in, I can't do it. Look, you can't blame me. Multitasking is hard. Oh, I guess you could if you wanted. Yeah, I don't know exactly how I want to do this, but essentially, this angle should drop me down really close to the balcony. And essentially, like, look at how much room I have to land on, right? And then from here, you just have to get somewhere on that wall, which should be like maybe a couple of things to the right, but like you could realistically just do a bunch of right hops and then, you know, really the spot you want to be is the right side of this. So you want to be like in this corner because this is where the arrows are going to be. So you get here, climb up, do this, and then drop down, grab the arrows, and then you drop a steering stick down. I guess maybe you would side hop, drop a steering stick, and then clip. And then from here, you wait until Link drops off of the steering stick. Which happens right here. Maybe it's when you, yeah, it's like you get the world load, and then you do this, and somehow dupe stuff. I don't know exactly how it works, but like, I don't know if you need to move the camera. I feel like you probably shouldn't have to. There's a way to do it, but essentially, once you dupe enough, you just dive down, you'll land on a flat surface. See, there's like so much room to land here. You land, oh, that was my last fairy, whatever. You drop a steering stick and then clip again. And then this should land you an army. Because you're on the steering stick, it'll auto start the army trigger. And you go from there. But that's kind of like the idea. And once you're in army, everything should be roughly the same as before. But then you have Zuggled DMS, so you can, or Zuggled MNF, so you can fight Ganondorf quickly. But that's like the whole route, essentially. Should be good. But to get back to what I was talking about before, but it's United. Yeah, so like you look at the flights, and it's basically, do you want to fly on like a Spirit or Frontier or whatever, where all I've ever heard is avoid these at all costs. Although I think Noman is flying one of them, so hopefully he makes it to Vegas. They let you fly the plane. I was looking at it and I was like, okay, well, honestly, if a lot of the complaints are really just about their pricing model and they're gonna try to like charge you for everything, then I could potentially fit all of the clothes I need, like just pack super lightly. It's basically just clothing and my controller. I could maybe get away with the one personal item. To not check a bag or something, because otherwise I think it comes out to be the same price as just flying like Alaska or whatever, where that's all like included. But yeah, essentially just like looking at it, you've got the super cheap flights that are kind of a scam in terms of quality or whatever, but they're so enticing. If you redeem the VIP thing, it's forever. I think. Dude, is there a way to get a Zuggled DMS? What was the giant square area? That's just the, like, I don't know if you can really see it, but essentially, it's like the part of castle that's underneath. It's a bunch of tunnels, right? And there's like actual... architecture, right? Like they actually do have tunnels that were built by humans or Hylians or whatever. And so while there's a bunch of like routes, yeah, some of those are actual like man-made buildings, and so it's just like the section where the Lionel is has like a big square around it, I think. It's when the depths are loaded and the surface is unloaded. Okay, and that makes you drop off the stick. Otherwise, you would just like drop all the way down, which would be cool. Hey, what's up, audio killers? Hello, Dean. Thanks for the good look. I mean, like it costs 600,000, so it seems kind of fair to have it last forever. Hello, Guardian. Okay, let's see. Wait. Hello, Score. If they let you fly the plane, do it blindfolded. Yeah, I'll take out my sick sleep mask and take a nap on the wheel. Let's see, don't bother checking a bag, just do overhead plus personal item. Yeah, dude, it was interesting looking at some of the flights because it was like, oh, you don't have access to the... There were certain flights where I think it was maybe like United or something, but you don't have access to the overhead bins. And so if I wanted to fly back in like the middle of the day or sometime that isn't midnight where the trains have stopped running, then I would have to switch airlines, I think. And then it's not only more expensive, but also I'd have to check a bag. And so overall, it's not ideal. Because yeah, basically, if I can't catch the train, then I'd have to get picked up at the airport, which is yeah, not ideal. What's in Vegas? Oh, it's Evo, the fighting game tournament. Never had an issue with Allegiant either. Yeah, the thing is, okay, so basically I looked and I was like looking up, you know, are Spirit and Frontier really as bad as everyone makes it out to be? And Link is shaking his head. He's saying, no, they're actually totally fine. But I think he has low standards. Yeah, the thing that scares me is essentially just people saying, yeah, the planes get like delayed or canceled way more often. Because like, I don't know, if the seat is like not comfortable, that's totally fine. I don't really care. If I can't, you know, pack a bunch of stuff, that's totally fine. It's more of I'd rather not have to deal with like a canceled flight or something. Which again, it's like it's a very well, it's unlikely to get like fully canceled, but I don't know. It's just something I don't want to deal with. I'll be there for like, is it? I think it's like 4 days or something. I use an 8-bit do light, Marty. It's this one. Well, that's upside down, but oh, hello, Beth. Yeah, I'm going to Evo. Yeah, yeah. Smash is was at Evo a while ago, and then Nintendo stopped wanting Smash to be at Evo. So unfortunately, he's yeah, not the play. But I did buy Street Fighter, so I'll be playing that. Hanging out with all my pals. Oh, whoops. Okay, what would if that happens, right? What is my I'm sorry, what? Oh, it's yeah. Yeah, I haven't actually bothered checking what the tell is. Essentially, if you are early on the fuse and tingle, how do you know that you messed up? Oh, I was thinking you could potentially try to pick up the rocket that's next to you. Evo was online and the internet infrastructure was and still is so poor for Smash that it got dropped. But the tournament's in person. Like it got dropped. I feel like it got dropped before it went online. It's definitely not online anymore. Yeah. Having the both mobile to your feet is kind of rough. Oh, dude. It was like yeah, I remember people stopping by in the morning. It was like, "Oh, good morning." Yeah, I'm still here after what is it like 13. No, maybe it was only like 12 hours of playing, which only 12. This is a rusty claymore that has the message not found sword. Zuggled. Oh boy. That did not hit the right spot. But it didn't hit the right spot because it was like so close to working, right? I think it was... Wait, how'd that happen? Exactly. That means I must have been... right here. Then you walk along it. Ultimate was part of the Evo 2022 lineup. Yeah, but by that point, it would have been in person then, right? Because the lockdown was 2020, 2021. Are we back to down isn't down? I don't think so. I think that one is just like the direction you go. It might not be perfectly consistent. I don't know. Which I don't think is because down isn't down. Maybe. Or I don't know. There's definitely a way to have this work. Because it's like, it's... At least for now, it's landing me pretty close. I wonder if I should try to avoid this, the thing on the right that has the Zonai charge. Because, you can actually pick it up on accident. So I could just, like, do a couple of front hops. The reason for the backflips is to... Essentially, I'm thinking, like, it's probably better to not set up Pocket Rocket. Until... this is the same spot, isn't it? But yeah, essentially you set up your facing angle first before you set up pocket rocket. That way you don't have to deal with the rocket as much. And so also you want to dupe the fairies on the dirt. So then you would dupe first and then backflip to set up pocket rocket. But yeah, this looks like the same spot. Honestly, it's hard to tell. If like this is gonna be where I land every time. It probably isn't, because I feel like I've landed way further like left from here. And I don't know exactly why. I'd like to figure that out. I'm just gonna do this a bunch probably today to see the consistency of where I land. But from here, like, it would totally be fine to do a side hop left, right? Because when you think about it, if I land anywhere to the left of this, like from here till even all the way to the wall, right? It should be better to be further left than further right, I think, because you then walk forward and then you'll like hit the wall. And then you could potentially find your way to the trigger from there. I wonder if you can get stuck in the area down below. It's like, it's a pretty large trigger, but also you do have to kind of hit this area in between. It's like from here, you'd have to walk down or forward from here to kind of where the Gerudo lady is, because you have to be behind her. You tried landing on the trigger? I haven't. I'll try that next time. So that was 10 after the Great Plateau sound. Oh, wait. If you land on the trigger, I think that cancels fall damage. Maybe. Because if you're in the air, it still grabs you. Not that it really matters, because you'd probably be duping extra fairies anyway, but it's a neat little thing. Hello, Soap. I'm currently testing out the route for Blindfolded any percent. Yeah, if the... I mean, we'll see. Essentially, like, the more I do it, the more we can test whether or not it works the way I want it to work. And if it doesn't, then we're kind of cooked. Oh, I guess here's the test. Yeah, it works. Oh, hello, 7 arrows. It was, yeah. I think, right? It was Mother's Day, or it was at least the weekend of Mother's Day. I don't know if the day itself lined up. I guess it wouldn't, right? Yeah. But it was the weekend of Mother's Day. You mean your mother was not playing Tears of the Kingdom? Why did he turn the wrong way? Okay, let's see where I land. Because the camera turned the wrong direction, which means this is going to be not the same 180. Oops. That was too far. Also, wasn't that a little bit... That looked like it was a little bit farther this way, right? That it was more lined up with this than landing like here. That was like 15 after the Great Plateau thing, so I think I just overshot. Oh, that was also not the right 180. I kind of forgot about that. Does it need to be the 90-90? Well, in this case it would, because it's a pretty long flight, I think. Well, I mean, it's hard to tell. I don't know. Essentially, I'm pretty sure the reason, or the thing that changes the angle is... I mean, is it? That I'm pretty sure it's the way the camera turns is how you can tell. Or maybe it's just the way Link turns, it still confuses me as to why this is a problem. But maybe the 90-90, even if the camera turns the other like direction, maybe it's still fine. Because Link is always turning the same way, and so that might be fine. And you're doing 2 jumps. I guess you could do 180, 180, and that I think works. Yeah, essentially, I just want everything to be as exact as possible. And so if there's inconsistency with just doing a 180 turn with 1 jump, then I would rather just not do that and just do 2 jumps. Yo, what's up, Dark Energy? Okay, I might be moving at a different speed. Well, I guess there's a bunch of things, but this was, I think, the count was 50. Well, I'm pretty sure the count was correct. Not 100% sure, but I think it was 50 until I started dropping. Heard the Great Plateau sound, and then did 10, or I think I did 11 or 12 or something. But not the 15 that I did last time. But this is a lot farther back than I was expecting based on the number I did. Also, the rhythm I'm using is based on the audio cue of like no arrows, the sound effect. And so because of the Great Plateau Discovery sound, it doesn't actually play that no arrows sound. And so I'm just like going off of vibes. So it's not gonna be as accurate on the last like 10 to 15. At the same time, yeah, I feel like I did more Aeroflight inputs and landed like farther away from the trigger than when I did 10. Yeah, walk forward would still work from here. Also, like, this is a pretty good spot to be in. You could probably fly into it if you wanted. But yeah, like this would be fine. You could also still do the hop left, and that'd be good. Hey, what's up, Teabag? Thank you for informing me. I actually didn't know. 'Cause yeah, you would do this and then walk straight in. But yeah, I was thinking about it as like another thing that could potentially be different is I'm doing three boosts, right? But does it change how much speed I get if I like cancel the boost earlier or do the second and third boost like sooner? Rather than later. Because like if the spacing of the boosts is a little bit different each time, do I get a different amount of speed? Oh, I don't know how I want to do this one. It's like, how do I know how far I've gone? You just have to count the whole way? Because I don't think there are any audio cues on the path I take. Also, I was like practicing this earlier today, and if you pass by Lookout Landing, it will very consistently give you a world load. At least on my game, the way I have things. No, paraglider isn't. It'd be too slow. I'm just gonna dupe fairies and fall damage cancel. Yeah, the no arrow sound is good. I'm just like a little worried that like I am moving faster, so if I'm off by a little bit each time, like it could still add up. To contribute to where I land is better than vibes. Yeah, for sure. And I think it's probably gonna be good enough. I mean, like, there's a pretty large area to land on for castle. Yeah, glider would be rough. Oh, also, I mean, like, I could just do. So I was like dropping down to the Great Plateau, but like, there might be no reason to do that. You could just do the arrow flight way above and then drop down. I don't know how much the Great Plateau sound even helps. Was it this? I think it was. And then you do this. I want to see where 75 puts me. Oh, that's definitely not enough. I have no idea how this works, but it doesn't really matter. I just need to look at how Livy does it. Oh, I didn't have fairies. But yeah, that'd be fine. Hello, Forest Gump. What's up, Smeech? It's actually going pretty well. I think things are looking really good. Yeah, I definitely should have the route done tonight. I would say, because like this is basically the last part. Yeah. This is like Fantasia. Hey, what's up, Morwin? Yeah, I wonder why I was doing that. But yeah, totally normal. We're just gonna do this set again. Whatever. Yeah, Smeege. I do have the flight planned out. Be like this. Yeah, like that was different. I guess we'll see. Okay, what if I do 60? Where does that land me? I mean, that's like really consistent with where I've been landing, kind of. If I did one more, well, I think this still works with the like just side hop left and then go from there. Right, and then you just walk. Like that works. So yeah, that's fine. What am I trying to do right now? I'm trying to figure out how exactly to get from... Well, essentially it's after you complete the Great Sky Island, what do? The things you need for the rest of any percent is ferries, which we get at the island over here. And then you need steering sticks to clip out of bounds to get to army. And then also skip the boss rush at the end. You need to clip through that wall. And so steering sticks are a really convenient way to do it for Blindfolded because you just clip straight down and it's really easy to do, but you do need to get the steering sticks. And so the only, well, I mean, there's a couple of options, but really this is the easiest spot to get steering sticks, or the one that makes the most sense at least. And so I'm trying to figure out how exactly to get there and then how to get from here to castle. So that's the part I'm routing. And then once I figure that out, honestly, it's like the any percent runs are on the table in terms of like all the pieces of the route have been figured out because yeah, like everything else is going to be the same as current runs. What about a few more to try to land on the platform? Yeah, I think that was 60, so 61 should potentially land there. We'll see. I have a feeling I'm gonna keep doing this, and then I'm gonna do like 61 or 62 or something, and I'm just gonna land in a completely or like way further back. But we'll see. But yeah, I think you really look moist. Moist, did you join the race this morning? You did. As a race enjoyer. GG. Oh, hello, deal. I've been pretty good. I've been doing a lot of, like, the last month has been all blindfolded speedrunning, like routing, because I decided to reroute basically the entire run to use arrow smuggle, and it's been really cool. And things are like working super well, so it's like satisfying. But yeah, I'm hoping that... Well, I guess the next stream would be on Wednesday or something. But yeah, by then, it'll just be practice. Oh, also, GSI, I need to practice the UFA routing. Dude, it is nerve-wracking with the blindfold on, but like the strats are good. It takes a lot of figuring out, but once you do, it's yeah, the point is that, you know, it should all be very consistent. But then actually doing it, it's like, ooh, what if I mess up? And I'm not at the point where I know the backups. So it's like extra scary because it's like if I mess up, it's an entirely new situation. A lot of the time, it's like, where am I? But I'm kind of thinking, okay, so what I should do right now is probably, obviously, like, keep testing it, but then, you're on GSI, thank you. Thank you, I didn't know that. Because I can't see the game, right? But, yeah, I should time the segments. So go from, like, a post-GSI file and see how long it takes to get to the ferries, grab the ferry, get the steering sticks, get to castle, and then clip. And once I enter army, I can then kind of just use savers golds. At the same time, we'll need like a... Well, I'll need to time Ganondorf as well. But essentially just to get like a rough timing of what should we be expecting. Because I don't really know how much faster this endgame is. I just know it's going to be quite a bit. Oh, hello, Gateway. How good of a game do I think it is for Blindfolded? Oh, it's like, it's both good and bad. I think the base game mechanics are bad, but the glitches are actually surprisingly good. Because, like, there are certain things in the game that are just not as consistent as you would want them to be. Like, I've run into so much... So much stuff that doesn't make sense. Like, down is... You would assume jumping down is... Or, like, turning, like, backwards, a 180 is a 180. As long as your controller is, like... If you're using the 8-bit do with the D-pad. But it turns out that's not actually correct. Or, like, trying to think, what are the other stupid things? I found that walking on terrain, even if you're just like walking in a straight line, if the terrain is bumpy, you're not going to end up in exactly the same spot every time. Like, trying to get the wing chest at the top of GSI after cog skip was kind of a harder problem to solve than it would seem, because like you get to a spot in a corner and then you just walk forward and all you're doing is holding forward, and the way Link like climbs up these little slopes is different. So I don't know, it's like it's got some weirdness to it. Also, like, I'm not entirely convinced that bunny hops are perfectly consistent on certain surfaces. And like chaining them together sometimes produces weird results. Will Link turn on a sloped surface, even if you're only holding straight? So if you're going over like a bump, let's just say it's just a slight little bump, right? So when you walk on it, sometimes Link is gonna just walk normally, but sometimes he's gonna climb up it, right? And he does that climb animation that will turn him to, like, maybe he turns to the right a little bit to climb up it. As long as you have the camera locked, you'll keep the camera facing the same direction, so you're mostly fine. But Link's like horizontal positioning is gonna be a little bit off, and so stuff like that makes it kind of annoying. But then the thing is, like, with arrow flight, it simplifies so much of the movement. But then there's other things where it's like angle turning. So there's a bunch of ways to turn the camera in a normalized way, but then some of them are not as consistent as you would want. Like, yeah, just like turning Link around by jumping, like you do a swing buffered jump while holding down, you would want that to always be a 180 turn. But it turns out that it's not quite. So you have to like do 2 jumps while holding down to get him to actually turn 180. And there's just stuff like that that's like annoying, but overall I would say it's, I mean, I haven't done other games. What I've heard Saver say is that Breath of the Wild has better like mechanics for Blindfolded, and that more things are consistent that you would expect to be consistent. Hey, what's up, Nanya? It'll be gems. So I'm picking up the ruby on GSI after recall. That's my plan. But it's gonna be gems for army, and Ganondorf I have 10 Zuggold Master Swords. So that'll be, you just like hit him a few times. Breath of the Wild. What's up, Noman? Are you British or something? Did Smitch rub off on you? Oh, have a good night, Bagel. Might be a bit. Yeah, it's like you're 1/8 dog and you're 1/32 British. Okay, so what am I doing? I think it's like... Hmm. That, I think, was a lot slower than last time. I'm pretty sure... I'd have to look at the bot, I guess. But I'm pretty sure I had reached... the, where I was at the same, like... We're on the same level as the quest marker at, like, 70 jump slash cancels, where right there I think it was like 75 or 80 before I was on the same level as it, which is not great. Interesting. So let's just say I was walking like this. I guess you would do like this. I don't know. It should be fine. How much have I added to or changed from the old any percent route they were doing originally? By old any percent route, are you referring to the stick clipping, like Zuggle overload route for any percent, or just the regular non-blindfolded any percent? Okay, yeah. So basically, I'm like adapting a really old route. For any percent. I'm like combining current Aeroflight tech with the Zuggle overload route where you would get steering sticks. So nowadays, like, you just go straight to castle and then clip out of bounds with arrow smuggle, but that's not as consistent as grabbing a steering stick. And we're already zuggling a bunch of master swords anyway to make Ganondorf, like, to make that fight faster. So it all kind of synergizes pretty well, other than the fact that you have to fly all the way out here to get the steering sticks. And, like, you kind of need fairies anyway. There might be a way to do it without fairies, but it would be so much riskier. And the thing is, like, I don't know if the, like, dragon strats would work, would be as, like, nice without fairies. I don't know if you, or like how much damage you take. I don't remember. Hey, what's up, Jose May? But yeah, it's like a combination of two routes, which is kind of cool. It's gonna be another... I feel like speedrunning this game, so much time has been spent doing just like dragon practice, because there's a bunch of different strats and they all require a lot of practice. So hopefully it doesn't take as long as like something like 2 cycle. Oh yeah, auto build without fairies would presumably not be the play. I was thinking about it. You could probably get to auto build, but then you'd be doing like, oh, I don't have fairies, do I? Yeah, because I don't dupe fairies before I start the thingy. I don't think that auto build would make sense, but like you could get to auto build. Probably. It's another way to clip. But yeah, you do like an auto build cancel slide. Blindfolded, which might not be as terrible as it sounds. Once you get it going. Yeah, doing the like the actual slide would be kind of rough. But like yeah, I think the reason it would be kind of hard is that the game tries to like knock you off the auto build like structure. Like you couldn't just situate Link on the middle of it and then like leave him be, because eventually you'll just like clip through the floor of it or fall off the back or something. You have to stand in very specific spots. Yeah, so that would be like the issue. Because I think once you get it going, you just have to like, you know, move in a straight line, which with gyro turned off, and if you control your position with like bunny hops and stuff, that's probably fine. You'd have to, yeah, I don't know. It could potentially work. But yeah, it's just like a lot more hassle. Oh, true. Yeah. Well, at a certain point, you just like unequip to stop being overloaded. But yeah, it definitely works well to get the steering sticks because yeah, we already set up overload for the rest of it. But like the auto build route was super cool. That was the coolest any percent route. So do I have a highlight from the past year? playing Tears of the Kingdom. Let me think. It's been a whole lot of any percent. Yeah, that's like most of it. I guess the GDQX run was pretty cool. I'd like to do another. I guess that was the first like in-person marathon run I've done. And I would like to do another one at some point. Maybe not for Tears of the Kingdom, depending on how things turn out. But submit a like, Breath of the Wild 2P1C would be super cool. Or like Breath of the Wild Old Dungeons, stuff like that for GDQ. Otherwise, I mean, like the casual playthrough was really fun. Oh yeah. More Breath of the Wild AD. Yeah, it'll happen. I kind of got sniped by the Blindfolded sub-goal. Because I was just about to start doing Breath of the Wild Old Dungeons. But yeah, we'll see you. Comically long bridge. That was fun, yeah. Oh, sub 50. That one felt pretty good. And that was the auto build route, so hey. We're just talking about it. Yo, no way. Is that Dawn? Thank you for the raid. How is the stream today? What have you been up to? Thank you for the good luck. Wait. Oh, whatever. It's probably fine. Okay, I'm gonna do 61 and see where I land. Hopefully it's on the platform. This is way too far. See, like, this is so different. And I'd rather undershoot than overshoot. Like, I have a feeling it's gotta be that was 61. Unless I counted wrong. Which is possible, but I think I'm pretty sure I counted correctly. But yeah, that was like way farther. And I think it's yeah, it's gotta be the interaction of doing pocket rocket inputs. Yo, thank you, Speedster. Thank you for the good looks. Haven't seen much of the Blindfolded yet. Yeah, I mean, honestly, pretty soon. I'm hoping next week I'll be doing like full any percent runs. So, yeah, progress has been good. I won't say like super fast, but I think the route's gonna be solidified today. Oh yeah, it's definitely not that. I guess it would be interesting to see how consistent doing 3 pocket rocket inputs is in terms of speed that you move. Because I have a feeling I'm just moving at a different speed each time. Hey, what's up, Livy? Yeah, happy birthday to Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, so here's a way I can test it. The 3 number was based on some research Bloom did a while ago. Wait, is this how I can test it? Yeah, I was thinking maybe I do 4. Like if I do 4, then I should be guaranteed to be going max speed. Something like that. Oh, hello, Molu Man. If you want to see how Demon Dragon's done, you could check out the current blindfolded runs on the leaderboard. Both Livy and Saver have done runs. That link is to Saver's PB. Yeah, it's a really cool setup where you like dive all the way down. You like hit an eyeball, dive down, get picked up. There's like this cutscene that happens, and then from where Zelda like takes you from that cutscene, you can then know where the next eyeball is gonna be, and you run off and go find it. Yeah, I think it should be fine because we're only using durability on the shield for Pocket Rocket, and so you get 12 uses, and I'm pretty sure, yeah, I think it's like we don't use it for anything else because all of the maneuvering with a 2-handed weapon, it's pretty easy to not use up any extra durability. So yeah, it should be okay. Here's the post if you like data. Okay, I do kind of like data a little bit. Hey, what's up, ADN? Thank you for the 29-month resub. Hope you've been well. Nerd? Oh, I said kinda. Oh, snap, the 100% channel. I haven't been here in a very, very long time. Okay, rocketing straight up and then falling down will always be fastest. Wait, what does that mean? Whoa, Clouded is typing. Let's see. Hmm. Interesting. I think I'll try like 4. In the context of rocket plus glider over long flights. Okay. Yeah, it's a Voldemort. Hello, Dave. So if I go from here... Wait, what? Oh, also, if you don't cancel the boost from the rocket immediately, does that change the amount of speed you get? Right, it adds a certain amount of speed, but like if you let the rocket kind of boost for more than the minimum amount, you get a different amount of speed. Okay, what if I do this? True. Yeah. I mean, hey, I don't really test anything myself. No, I do. I actually have been testing a lot of things recently, but it's annoying. And then yeah, you're always like trying to cancel the rocket as soon as you can, I guess. I mean, it's not necessarily true. In like a hundo run or something, if you're on 1.0, it doesn't really matter too much. In 1.1, it does matter quite a bit, like being efficient with your rocket usage. But yeah, for like 1.0 runs, because you don't use up the fuel, it's like not nearly as important. Hey, what's up, Lit? Okay, so what if I do like this? So that's 4. Yeah, that is true. Oh no, that was a world load. I wonder if that was the same amount of flight time. It was probably more. So this is four boosts. Yeah, I'll just keep the whole thing in. I'm just like gonna look at how far Link goes. Hello, Cold. How is everyone? I'm doing pretty well. How are you? A bunch of Sour Patch Kids. Speaking of like, here's the Kingdom Memories. There's a certain clip that was taken out of context. About Sour Patch Kids. Okay, looking at the coordinates, it's like 403, 414 at 19 seconds. No way. Look at this. Isn't that 40? The number is way too tiny, but that's like 40 something. Which is a good sign. It's okay. You don't have to see it because I can see it. This is 390 something. I think it's like 396 maybe. This is 403 or 405 or 406. But that is roughly the same as the other one. Also, those were like not super clean rocket boosts. Oh, have a good night, Dark Energy. Yeah, I should have a save that has Hylian Shield or something, so I can do this repeatedly. Oh, hello, Embor. Yeah, I'm running Blindfolded. Why do the numbers matter? I'm currently seeing how consistent the speed I get out of. Wait, I could just find any shield that. Has like more durability than this one, and it would still be useful. But yeah, essentially I'm looking at how fast Link is going after a certain number of boosts from Pocket Rocket, because I'm currently ending up in very different spots. And my theory is that the speed I'm going is not the same every time. Based on how I do it. So that would be bad. Breath of the Wild's 7 years old. I mean, it has been for the last few months or whatever. We're old? Not really. It depends. I mean, I can only speak for myself. I know some people are quite old. Like that MZ Daisy person in the chat box. Young and spry, yeah, some of us. Okay, so if I try 3, like this. Wait, that doesn't even make it off the... Interesting. Oh, hello, Roxas. Yeah, 3 boosts actually does not make it all the way. Okay, I'm just gonna do 4. And we'll see where this lands. Hey, what's up, Lunar? Thank you for the 11-month resub. They do grow up very fast. Okay, so that I think... Wait, this would be fun. Or it should be fun to see. Well, yeah, I know. It's just annoying to test compared to the 4 boost thing because I'd have to move forward. Okay, it's like does the world load happen very consistently at like 20 seconds? Yeah, like this is very very similar, right? Because like 19 seconds in, it's 410. Okay. Yeah, I'll try testing 3 boosts. Surely 6 is enough, right? Yeah, 6 is enough. Oh, have a good night, Scooch. Yeah, I think it's 100 is the max age. As we all know, nobody makes it past 100. Dude, it's like 20 seconds in. 422. Okay, wait. We got to do math though, because I started at 49, where the other. Well, I guess it's not really math. I mean, it kind of is. Take this compared to this. It's. Hold up. That's 27, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay, 27 compared to 49. That's like 20. So if we look at this clip, right? I start at 49 and then I end at 19 seconds in, I'm at 429. So if you remove 20 units from that, because that's basically how much I moved up, it's roughly the same. Which means that 3 boosts and 4 boosts are the same speed. Which is what you would expect based off of the data. But I will say I was kind of hoping that 3 boosts would be, well, I guess I have to do multiple tests of 3 boosts to see the comparison. Because, like, you could imagine a situation where a situation where, what am I trying to say? Like, you do 3 boosts, you don't get max speed, and then you're going at like a lower speed. But it seems like it doesn't really matter. Like, this is not the problem, which means the problem is probably with the... Okay, I need to... Here's the deal. Here's what I'm going to end up doing. I'm going to try this a couple more times with 3 boosts just to see, but I'm pretty sure it's actually consistent. So what I'm going to do is try out the flight. And at 50, I'm going to make a clip. And we're going to see what coordinates Link is at. Or not 50, it would be like 60. Essentially, when I stop doing arrow flight, like jump/cancels, just to see like what's my consistency. Spacing them out can affect where you land. Oh, I haven't been checking the like vertical coordinates. For these clips. Be like 610-ish. .606, which is pretty similar. Yeah, it's like it could change that, but I feel like it shouldn't change it that much. And just looking at like these examples, but I guess I'm 617. So 5. Yeah, it's like roughly the same, but I am doing it. I guess this would be the test. Like whatever this shows. Yeah, it's like roughly the same. And that was like fairly spaced out compared to the others. See, rocketing from Zora's domain to Mifa Court can be done without a charge if you're cleanly rocketing. In terms of both vertical and horizontal components, but that's like less about well, I feel like that's not as much the pure speed as it is the like efficient use of fuel, right? Or is this on? Well, I guess it wouldn't matter. The infinite like 1.0 pocket rocket. Yeah, maybe. I could definitely see that. And then it's like there are two things right now that I'm thinking. Right, the spacing between the boosts, and then also the wait, this one I think I went farther faster because this is like 18 seconds to get to like 410ish. A little bit. But yeah, it's like essentially the spacing between the boosts and then the spacing between the aeroflight jump slashes. Yo, Nintoni, thank you for the 1-year resub to celebrate the birthday of the game. That is a pretty cool coincidence. See, I'll do it again with the 3 boosts. Yeah, it's like it's been a while. Wait, how long have I think I've streamed like 3 years essentially. And 1/3 of that has been Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, well, if you want an example of landing in a different spot with how you space out your rocket boosts, there you go. What is the optimal way to space out your rocket boosts? I don't know if I ever like looked into this. Does it really matter? I guess you just want to get to top speed as soon as possible in a normal situation, but technically, like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, makes sense. Okay, so what I want to check right now is if I do this setup. And then I count to 60 and then make a recording, a clip, then check, like do it again and check what is the difference in like coordinates. Oh, I guess, okay, if we're doing that, I should do it here instead, where I know my angle is going to be cardinal. That way it's easier to look at the numbers, because yeah, it just simplifies things. How much you run? Yeah, it'd be a very small amount though. It's just like walking and then jump. And you're like, some variability in starting the pocket rocket. Give me like the first boost. Or you delay the surf. Right. See, I want to say that that small variation doesn't really matter for like the walking part of it. Because, right, it adds speed based on the rocket boosts to your current speed. And your current speed is going to be like basically nothing because it's just walking. Let's see. Right. I'm not going to hit a wall, am I? I guess I might. Okay, so we're going to instead do this. Then I hit a tree. Okay, oh, I guess it doesn't matter. I'm just looking at the, like, one coordinate, essentially. Okay, we'll do 3. And then okay, that was 60. Was that over 30 seconds? Yeah, by like way over. So this was like roughly the last jump slash cancel. And I'm at negative 912. Yeah, negative 912. Let's do it again. Wait, did that tip just say luring fish? If you drop stuff in the water, like, what did it say? I didn't know you could do that. Since when? I don't know. Since, here we are. Tossing ingredients that serve as bait near fish in the water will attract them. Different bait works on different kinds of fish. Huh? I that makes sense. I just never thought of doing that. Yeah, topaz shot in water. It worked in Breath of the Wild. Yeah, that is something I've never tried. What even works as bait? I don't think we pick up any worms. Yeah, no, I would just blow them up. Fruit and bugs. I feel like bugs, if you drop them in water, they just go poof. Yeah, maybe like meat or fruit. That that checks out. I guess I like mushrooms. Okay, so we do. There we go. This game is old. I know, right? Like a whole year old. I'm sorry, what? Did I miscount? Because this one, where this was the last jump slash cancel, right? I'm at negative 912, right? And then this one, which I think is the same number of jump slash cancels, I think I did 60. I'll have to like go back and recount in the VOD because after the last jump slash cancel, I'm at 840, which is a difference of 70. But the thing is, like, how far off could I be in terms of counting? Because each jump slash cancel, I think, gives you a decent amount of distance. Yeah, 70 units is a lot. Which, I mean, like, this makes sense, right? This is what I've been noticing on the way over. Could it be an angle difference? Well, it shouldn't be. Oh, do you mean like angle of like the launch? Yeah, I guess you could check the height. Lateral starting angle. Well, the thing is, I am going in a perfectly cardinal direction. Yeah. They're both. Wait, I guess I should check. 1494. Yeah, they're both 1494 the whole way through. Hey, what's up, Aqua? Nintendo needs to remaster it. No, Nintendo needs to give us Switch ports for their old games. Well, I guess at this point they're not going to. You just wait for the Switch 2. And then you give us Wind Waker, Twilight Princess. I mean, like, Twilight Princess I really just want because I haven't played it before. But it's like, would I really wait that long for TP? Probably not. I would just play it sooner. Would be my guess. Okay, but that's whack. Right, like, this is way... Yeah, this is a big deal. Or I counted it wrong. Okay, I should pull up the VOD. VOD review time. Now, did I count wrong? Okay, that one was 60. Which I want to say that was the second one. Yeah, that was the second one. So I need to go find the first one. Okay, here's the first one. No, I counted correctly. Um, but notably, looking at the two clips, the first one, or I guess the first one I did, right? So this one, right? I hit, and it's not going to be in the switch clips because it's only 30 seconds, but I hit the South Hyrule Sky Archipelago notification at 30, I think. Jump slash cancels. And then on the second time I did it, I hit it at 28 jump slash cancels. So yeah, I think it was just a different rhythm for the jump slash cancels. Like maybe the first one, like all throughout, it was slower. I mean, like we can just check the height at the end. Let's see, 1291 compared to 1342. So 1291, 1342. That's like 50 units of height that I didn't lose. Um, yeah, it's a difference. So, like horizontally, it was nine. No, was it 90 or 70? 848, 60. I think it was 70 horizontally and then 50 vertically. That's like the difference in position that I ended up after the for the like two attempts. But yeah, I do know how to count. Yeah. How did the pocket rockets look? I think they were roughly the same. Let's see. Yeah, I'll check. So that was roughly above the like kind of where the stairs were for the first one. For the third boost, where the second one, yeah, it's like the same. I think both of them get like this the third boost roughly at the top of the or lined up with roughly the top of the stairs at the edge of GSI. So yeah, both of those looked about the same. Hey, what's up, Namil? It is pretty crazy, yeah. Time's been flying. Oh, Halosha here. Yeah, I want to say it should definitely be the Aerosmuggle flight rhythm. But it's just based on like looking at it, or like in my head that makes the most sense. Looking at the two clips, it seems like, yeah, one of them was like a faster rhythm than the other. And with how much speed I have because of Pocket Rocket, it does make sense that like the kind of a change in rhythm would result in a larger ending location. But yeah, that's rough on these like long flights, because I think I don't know, there might be a better way to like, essentially if I can figure out a way to get some sort of audio cue to tell me where I am, like that was kind of the idea behind the Great Plateau Discovery sound. At the same time, I don't think it's a very good one, because you just like drop down. The Great Plateau is like very large, so it doesn't really give you that much information. I guess you are lowered down, like you know you're at a certain height, and so when you fall down, there's like there's less time where you're traveling. Because like when you think about it, that like re-anchors your height value. And so I don't know. It might still be good to do that. Or just get better at like clicking the buttons consistently. Oh, have a good night, Veg. Thank you for watching, of course. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom's been really fun. For sure. I will say, I did not get as much, like, content done as I wanted to. But the grind will really commence. Yeah, I don't know. This is where you just have a metronome, except they're banned. But this is a situation where metronome would presumably trivialize it as an issue, because then you just have the beat. Oh, hello, Yura. Something new? I am doing something that I haven't really done before, which is blindfolded speedrunning. Okay. Another question would be, so like this flight I think is fine. I was trying to get a setup that would send me to the steering sticks and like land on the platform with the Gerudo lady, or just like land in the cutscene trigger. but it seems like I'm not getting that as consistently as I would like, which is fine, right? I'm still landing like close enough, I think, that it works. And the problem with this other flight is that it's even longer. I would say this one you do like 60 jump slash cancels, right? And you'll make it close enough. But with the other one, I think you end up doing about probably like 80 ideally would get you to the castle. Which 80 is a lot, right? That's a lot of distance to travel with this kind of variability. Like it's gonna be bad. Because like if you go too far, you land in the cave. If you don't go far enough, you probably like land in the water or something. I feel like the thing is, okay, so you need the reason you want to go to balcony, right, is because there are arrows there, and we're gonna be using arrows to dive dupe. You could just skip dive duping, right? Just dupe everything with shield jumps here. Like it's not that slow. I kind of do wonder how, like, what the timing difference is, right? Because like for any percent, we're always trying to look for, you know, more efficient dupes, and that's a lot of the like smaller optimizations that'll happen. It's like, oh, this is actually a fast way to dupe, and that's very cool. But like ultimately, they are small time saves, so you could just dupe everything here, and then you don't have to worry about arrows at all, which means that you could do the flight from Ultra Hand to the gate, which that's probably, I think it's like 70 maybe jump slash cancels. And the thing is, if you're going to the gate, yeah, it's got like way more of a lead up, I think. Right? Because you would land kind of anywhere close to the path towards it, and then you just like walk until you hit a wall. I feel like the only reason I feel like it's a defeat to do that is that dive duping is such a like cool little optimization. It's like a cool way to do it for blindfolded. Also, when you think about it, if you're dive duping, you're moving really slowly down, so like the distance you travel while dive duping compared to that distance traveled while like holding R to like do a full dive down. Yeah, the time difference is not going to be that much. Do you want a cool run or a functional run? I want a mix of both, actually, if that's not too much to ask for. But yeah, I think I'm gonna just do that. So right here it would be like dupe up to what do you call it? Dupe up to 30 of each. And then go from there. Which would be, yeah, that'd be easy. Oh yeah, you're right. I guess like if we were still killing Ganon with gems, then you'd be duping like over 100 of each. Which means yeah, you'd be saving more time per dupe. Because I guess the reason dive duping is faster is because like you're already like you're moving in the right direction, but also you're cutting out a shield jump every time. Like the menuing is a little bit faster, I guess, or not menuing, but like the time in between dupes. I think. Honestly, I don't know. I haven't really tried dive duping much. But that seems good. 4 sets. You could do that for I feel like it wouldn't make sense to do it for fairies because fairies are hard to pick up. For gems, you could. Yeah, it's doable, but like you'd have to pick up, you'd have to mash A really fast. Let's see. So I go. I will be sticking to at least for fairies duping 1 set at a time. For gems though, I think it would probably work. Is there some way of knowing how many you've duped? Hmm. No, I was thinking like I mean one play is to just like dupe way more than you need. But I've noticed that I'm not very good at the dupe input on this controller. I guess I just don't like the spacing of the buttons, or not the spacing necessarily, but like the size of the buttons. Not consistently. I guess for fairies it might be harder. Technically what you could do. Oh, no, you couldn't do that. I was thinking you just like drop 20 on the ground of the gems and then check. If you have 5 left, that'd be like 25. I mean, you probably only need 25 gems, right? And you could do like, so you could try to dupe 20 of, okay, if you do the 5 dupe, right? If you do it 4 times and then try, okay, you get yourself up to 5 gems, right? And then you dupe in 1 shield jump. if you ever miss it, then you won't have any gems in your inventory, right? Which means you'll know that you missed it. And so essentially, if you only keep 5 gems in your inventory at a time, you can dupe 20 and then pick the 20 up. You have 5 in your inventory, you get 25. So you can, I think, guarantee yourself 25. Which I don't know if 25 is like the right number. At the same time, you could also just dupe more. I don't know. But it's like, how confident am I in my ability to like dupe? Like, how many sets of dupes would I have to do before I am comfortable? Oh, thank you. Hey, what's up, Dash Killer? Hello, Blueburb. Man, this save file doesn't have fairies. Like, I already picked the fairy up here. Otherwise, I would reload and then just go from here, doing a test run of it. We can just pretend, right? I just don't want to have to dynamic Zuggle where, like, Zuggle bunch. Do this. Officially 1 year and a day old. It's no longer Tears of the Kingdom's birthday. So you can stop playing this game. Since it's not a special. Dupe your party mix. Oh, like snacks. It ended 13 hours ago. Well, that's for like unreal time zones. If you're thinking about like real proper time zones, then it was a couple minutes ago. What's wrong with pretzels? I don't know. Pretzels are fine. I just feel like they're not the best, you know? You'd rather something else, but like you're okay with a pretzel. A soft pretzel. I think I've had like, I could count the number of soft pretzels I've had on one hand, probably. Okay, what if I include... Okay, so how's this going to work? I also don't remember what it was. Wasn't the... Okay, I think it's like you do this, sky, hand, and then... Was it that? And then 2 hops this way? You should change that. What, in Frankfurt, we tried to buy 1 pretzel, I think. Uh, I'll also pretend I saved and then potentially reloaded. And then also got a ferry there. Oh wait, 1, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. And then I think it's 4. I just duped like 8. I don't know how many I've duped so far, in theory, in our pretend world. Yo, Deku, thank you for the 100 bits. How are you doing? Yeah, I guess if you turn around, you can get the extras. And right here, it kind of like... It's like they don't have as many places to go. Okay, let's just go from there. Uh, okay. Okay, so what I just realized during that Aero Smuggle flight, well, one, there was no sound for the Great Plateau. That was kind of weird. But then two, I'm currently trying to time something. You notice anything off about, or something that could be a little bit of a problem? With the current, like, setup. Yo, what's up, Maria? Time to get a watch? Exactly. I forgot the watch. It's okay, I can look back at the VOD to time it instead. It's just kind of silly. Wait, no, like this? No, like this, and then all right, now we just fall all the way down. I think I can do this. Oh, I was supposed to be holding a direction. I forgot. So... Does this work? Is this gonna get to Armia? Where's Armia? It's okay. A little more pretending is fine. Let's just do this. Sure. Roughly good enough. Everything after GSI is fake. Yeah, it is. But it's gonna be less fake soon. Yeah, it's currently routing. So I've done Great Sky Island speedruns. Well, I guess it's more like Great Sky Island speedrun. I've done one completed run, but it went really well, and so now I'm routing the rest of it. Okay, so let's just say, let's see, 351, 20, 351, 20. Remember that number. Or that timestamp. Thank you, Aqua. Oh man. Okay, and then 40241. And now the trick is to then do the math. That's like 11.5 minutes. Yeah, I guess it would be like 11.5, and then you could say like it's more like 12 minutes in that I didn't include the warp, which you would do to fuse, and that would be like 20 seconds or something, maybe 30. So, and of course, you know, that wasn't super solid execution for everything, like the fumble at the end, but... Okay, well, I'll just look at, where is it? Army? So, Saver's Run starts Army at, like, 1:30:45-ish. And then ends at 149.13. $30 to $49. It's like 19. Okay, so currently I'm thinking it's looking like the end game would take, and this isn't including Ganondorf time save, which I don't know. Well, I guess I can check. How long is Ganondorf? Oh. Wait. Oh. Ganondorf is a really long split. That should be like pretty good time save. Where is it? Okay, so once you enter the Ganondorf fight, it takes before it's like 5 or 6 minutes to kill Ganondorf. So if we say it only takes like a minute with the M&Fs, which is that even, would it even take a minute? Well, actually, I don't know how long it takes, but let's just say you save like 4 minutes conservatively. 26-minute endgame. Maybe. Throw that onto a 38-minute. Are you gonna whack him? Ergol had some strats. I haven't tried any of them, but I think the first 2 phases you can just whack him like normal, and he dies. Phase 3, you need some shenanigans because he flurry rushes. I don't know. Okay, so okay, this is all super fake right now. But if we assume I didn't miss anything and the math all worked out, then sub 110? I don't think sub hour would be doable. You'd have to save another, like, that was assuming a 38 GSI, which GSI, I don't know what the limit is for that. I would assume, I had said 35, which might be doable, but then you also need to add in the time to get the gem. I don't know. It's beautifully cursed. Okay, wait. Let me actually just try it. yeah, for sure. But dude, this guy has blocked 2 for 2. I feel like Army could be fairly like optimized. Also, I'm not using I could be using recall. He has a big problem. Well, it can't be a big problem. You just spam thingies, right? Okay, in this case, I actually don't know. Oh, wait. I should be doing this. Oh, wait, that makes sense. There we are. So, I would normally clip using the steering stick. However, I don't remember this, or it's not that I don't remember it, I just don't know the setup. So we're just gonna do this. You don't have infinite fairies and gems. It's, oh wait, I don't have arrows. Okay, just kidding. We're gonna YOLO a setup. Well, I mean, I have like 1,000,000 fairies right now. I have 18, which is basically 1,000,000 if you do the math. The way you do this is like you drop a steering stick and then you ultra hand it somewhere, and then you get onto the steering stick, and then, or like you recall it, get on the steering stick. I don't know, it's something like that. Ow. Please, please, no, don't crouch. Blink. I think this was the spot I used to do it. Oh wait, I need these. There we are. Now, are my Master Swords actually 1 durability? I sure hope they are. Because I did unfuse the weapon. I don't know how this whole thing interacts. I haven't like tried it. So now we just attack him, I think.
I've barely gotten started.
Yeah, it's 5 hits per. Okay, how does this work? Sure, yeah, you just whack him. I was thinking, like, could you do a spin attack or something? Would that work. I don't remember what her goal actually did. The only one I remember is this last phase. When you target the wrong one, then you just have to do more hits. Your like sword can't break. Phase 2 can sometimes flurry. I think so, yeah. And then for this one, I think it's like you do. This is so dumb. Okay, wait. So 11 fairies. I want him to switch there. Oh. No, don't do that. Wait, check this out. Okay, it did not work the way I wanted it to. Stop it. Maybe it's because it's not the Master Sword. But like certain attacks you can... Yeah, okay, well, the jump slash thing is probably good enough. Oh, you know, I'm probably gonna soft block, right? That would be fun. Yeah, we don't. Well, I currently don't know how to do Demon Dragon anyway. So I feel like that would be more of a question for Saver at the moment, or Livy, to like try it out and see how it goes. Yo, what's up, Cheatster? There we go. If you've never seen it, this is what happens when you are overloaded. When you enter the dragon fight. What a beautiful cutscene. I just fell through. A certain amount of overload. Might still be fine. Maybe. I guess.
Link.
I haven't really done that. Oh, Link is back. You can't leave this area right now. Don't trust me, I'm not trying. Yeah, you can't jump off yet. Zelda. Wait, why is she so high up there? Please come back. Have you seen the Demon Dragon final hit with Overload? I think so. Is that the one where you get to see inside his brain? I feel like Clouded has posted a clip of that. Oh my. Sick. Dude, Link is popping off. Wait, you can see Demon Dragon in the background? Oh yeah. I did not notice that. Just chilling. Well, yeah, this is because I forgot to unequip. So if I had unequipped shield and bow before I killed Ganondorf, this would have been fine. But I believe that means... Oh, I guess I could reload. If I wanted to try again. Because I still have Zuggle, so... Rather, like, if I want to try the whole thing again. The whole fake stuff. Dude, it's like glowy blue. Look at this. The ideal tree cutter. Except you still can't cut large trees with it. That is such a loud beam. Hey, what's up, Pure Lol? Hello, Zelda player. Sick range, thank you. Yeah, it's like four hearts. Not bad. Okay, I do wonder about... Can you use blade beams against what's his face? Does that work? You can. Does it deal the same amount of damage? Wait, blade beams are like not. Uh, you wouldn't get nearly as much damage out of blade beams. Yeah. I was just thinking like it might skip the flurry rush or the interaction with the flurry rush if you just blade beam them at the end, but yeah, probably not worth. But yeah, the plan is to do basically. I'm almost done with the post GSI routing. I think I'm done with it. It's just like finalizing certain things, certain numbers of jump slash cancels. But like the overall route is probably really good. So I've already done a Great Sky Island run blindfolded. And then yeah, I'll be learning how to do like Army, Ganondorf, and Dragon. And then I should be able to start trying out any percent runs. See, why are... Did I hit that? That went very far. Yeah, I've got like Zuggle active, so with like 10 extra MNFs, so just like whacking things is gonna launch him pretty far. But yeah, for some reason, mushrooms are indestructible, but other things aren't. Do you ever listen to how loud the initial swings of the MNFs were in the all Gleok runs. I don't remember. I don't think I did. That would require me to watch it back with audio. Is there another Korok Rond? Oh, have a good night, Karma. I don't remember how many I did. I think it was probably 13. That sounds right. Oh, did it rebound? This is fun. Dude, we should, like, I don't know, somehow recreate. I guess it would be like hockey, maybe. Would be the sport. Tennis. Golf would be good, yeah. Because, like, not needing 2 people multiplayer is yeah, ideal. Okay, what if I do that same thing I just did, but with a timer going? All right, so I believe it would be you're here. Okay, so it'd be like this. You can whack the wait, in all dungeons we hit Minoru's mask. It's a good one. Just pretend that didn't happen. with like a save in there. I just had to. I don't know if that would have actually landed there. But I haven't actually done that before. Whoops. Yo, what's up, Pishnik? Hello, Big Billy. Puck. Got a big build for Hyrule Engineering Club. Yo, GG. How big are we talking? A Ferris wheel. Oh my. For Koroks, that sounds fun. Let them actually enjoy life instead of burning at the cross. Like this, and then was like this. And then like that. Okay, I was counting, so hello. Thank you for the raid, burritos. How was the stream? What are you guys up to? Oh, have a good night, cool guy. What's up, Zonai Engineer? I think that was 80 or something. I don't remember exactly. Wow. And then I think I did like that. Okay, so, oh, you hold backwards. Okay, so this is the thing I messed up last time. There we go. You're busy sleeping. Fair enough. Hope the stream was fun. And welcome into some routing. Well, it's more like route testing at this point. For blindfolded any percent. Okay, that was like 10:15, which is actually even faster than last time. Because last time it was 11, 12. I think I had said like 12 minutes, and that was only like 10 minutes. You know, very ideal. And then also, yeah, I feel like you know, like 12 minutes is a pretty good estimate. Oh yeah, I mean like the Aerosmuggle flight into the cutscene doesn't actually save that much time. Right? It would just be not having to walk a little bit. But like I had to go for it based on where I was positioned because I hadn't hit it before. Just to show that it's, you know, doable. Oh, see you, Zonai Engineer. Yeah, not getting the ferry first try would definitely be time. In terms of landing spots, that last, yeah, the bridge landing spot was not great. It like technically worked, but I should probably do that more. Yeah, like not grabbing the ferry means you have to reload, which, I mean, a reload probably takes like 20. Oh, The problem with the reload is that you'd have to set up arrow smuggle again. And then you have to deal with the other thing. Like getting the pocket rocket set up with a bow at your feet. Oh, have a good night, Space Milkshake. The amount of time you burn looking for the ferry. I mean, the ferry should always be in the same spot when you reload. So it should be like you do a certain number of crouch dashes while mashing A, and then you should be able to grab it every time. Oh, I was thinking basically you don't look for the ferry. You do 5 crouch dashes from the save spot, and then if you don't get it, you reload. Because then your position is the same. And it's really easy to get to the, like the next spot. Which, yeah, I mean, in practice, maybe some looking is fine, but that's just in my head what I was gonna go with. Yo, what's up, Taka? Do I like PB&J? I do, yeah. I don't eat it very often anymore, but I would say that I do. Yeah. I don't know. The math, I feel like... Oh, something I should do is... Here, let me show what it looks like to get the Ruby on GSI, because I haven't actually... like done that on stream yet. I believe it was this, and this. Wait. Does that work? Maybe. So we go to Nacho, yeah. Oh, welcome in, Schmobro. I'm a Tears of the Kingdom speedrunner. So I am currently figuring out how to complete a Tears of the Kingdom any percent run blindfolded. And so I'm like developing strats that would work without being able to see. I need something to fuse. Because by this point you would have a boulder on your... Are there no rocks here? I figured there'd be like 1 or 2. Okay, we'll go to fuse. But yeah, by this point, essentially you grab the claymore in fuse, and then you fuse the boulder to it. Yeah, I feel like it makes sense to just get an infuse. Oh, hello, Undiscovered. How much has changed? The GDQX route was well, that was with Arrow Smuggle. I think it was the That was probably Zuggle Overload, right? I think it was Arrow Smuggle. And did I do Wing Flip? I did, right? So honestly, like, not that much has changed. There have been new things. Like, there's a way better Arrow Smuggle setup. So the run has gotten a decent amount faster and, like, nicer, but, like, the overall route is basically the same. Well, Arrow Smuggle is, was I doing this in that run? Oh, wait. Okay, then it has changed quite a bit. Yeah, no, that was before. I think the new thing I had added was Wing Flip. Yeah, okay. So it has changed a decent amount. Quite a lot. Yeah, because basically with Arrow Smuggle flight, you can fly across GSI. I think the Shrine Order's like the same. Things are mostly like the route itself has been kind of similar for a long time. It's just the method that you travel has changed, like traveling and clipping. But like overall, it's been, you know, ascend first for a long while. But yeah, it's like the way you move between shrines has changed a ton. So yeah, definitely check out a run. If you haven't in a while. Yeah, it does change a lot. Let's see. I don't remember how I did this. I think it was like oh, so this would be you've like just walked out of the shrine, so you're probably like here, and then you do, I think it was like this, and then I think I was supposed to like hold like this. And then you do like that, just run. Oh, have a good night, MZ. You do that. Go here until you stop. And throw aim means you can't grab the wall. Something like this. When do you decide to start Air Smuggle Flight FTCs? Oh, I haven't figured that out. This was just getting ideas down. That there is gonna be some time where like you'll be able to figure out when to do that. Yeah, it's not like solidified yet. But presumably it's just you count a certain number of seconds and then you do it. If you land like way far this way, then you would just have to walk farther. But you would have the same angle, so you would end up in the same spot. Yeah, it's because it is vibes at the moment. But yeah, the one segment I tried to time, it took like 50 seconds to get here, which I didn't have to. Basically, the ruby was already picked up in the save, so I didn't actually pick it up, and so the rocks were already broken. But if you look at so if I break this, which this isn't the best here, where is Pit Cave? This is another thingy. It's like you go from Ascend next to the big arch. Let's see, for this Ferris wheel, the Koroks are loose. I'm trying to think of things to put in the basket. Koroks and a scale. Tears of the Kingdom. What is representative of this game? When you say big arch, do you mean this thing? Is it like right here? The stabilizers. Other side of it. Okay. Yeah, some like Zonai devices, I guess. Kind of like steering sticks, but I don't think it would work super well as a decoration. Alright, do I have yeah, I do. We got fairies. Yo, what's up, trio? Pit Cave. Oh, have a good night, Zist. Okay, so you break this, and then... Whoa. It's been a while since I've been in here. Okay, so if I'm here, and then I hit it. I think they all are gonna, like, spawn... Essentially, if you're smacking the ore deposit, they're all gonna be, like, right in front of you, so you just pick them all up. And then, yeah, you probably do have to figure out which one is the ruby, and then get rid of the others. Is Wing my favorite? Wings are, like, generally the most useful. I kind of like the attack Roombas. I think they're like auto homing carts or something. Is what they're called. Those ones were fun. I didn't really use them enough, but they're cool. I did like those shrines where you just like build a death machine and then kill everything. Yo, what's up, Saber? How was the gaming today? Well, yeah, it's like it's murder, but is it really? They're like constructs. PB'd by like 23 seconds. Yo, GG. Learned how to do the fastest forward arrow flight possible. Wait, what do you mean by too fast? Wait, what? Can I not pick anything up? Oh, I didn't realize that was a thing. I guess because I'm overloaded. I was trying to throw... I wanted to take the eyeball and throw it in the water because I think it dies. Oh, he got me. I didn't expect it. The, like, log lob. There's an island between Fuse and Ascend. Oh, yeah. Okay. That is something I was worried about. Yeah, if you're too fast, you gain too much height and you hit the island. Yeah, I lost my Zuggles. Unfortunately. That was the thing I was running into when I was doing runs. It was like the first day, everything's totally fine. And then the second day, I was just way too high up. Which, when you're going from Ultra Hand to Ascend, is not a problem. But yeah, with Fuse, there's stuff in the way. But hey, at least the practice is paying off. Kind of. For the most part. Yeah, I just lost my dynamic Zuggles, unfortunately. Favorite ability? Probably I don't know. They're all pretty cool. Recall's got some fun cheese you can do. Ultra Hand's also fun because you can build. I mean, it's probably Ultra Hand because you get to build stuff with it. In my playthrough, I feel like I didn't really like build enough. I did like Fuse, but Fuse is like super basic, right? It's not like anything new. Or it is new, but it's not like it's very single use in that you can only do like one thing with it. Okay, so I could reset up the dynamic Zuggle. Does it matter if I do? Tried the Fuse to Fairy Blindfolded using your setup, and it worked perfectly. Yeah, I have just been doing like run-throughs of the full getting 2 army segments that I have come up with, and to like time it. And it seems like I haven't done the segments blindfolded yet, so that'll be good to do. But yeah, it seems like the landing spot for the first flight is good. The second one is pretty good. And then the third one is interesting. Oh, I was just doing essentially once you finish GSI, you would warp to Fuse to get to the Fairy Island, and then fly to the steering sticks, warp back, fly to Castle to clip through the floor to get to Army. Just that section. So I haven't done the other clip method. Does it make more sense to fly from the end of GSI to Castle? And then warp? Oh, no. Not with Pocket Rocket, yeah. Hey, what's up, Arm Stinky? Thanks for the good look. Yeah, because the Pocket Rocket makes it so fast. But I was running into issues with the flights. Basically, my landing spot is very variable because you're moving so much faster with Pocket Rocket, so any like variation in tempo results in a larger difference in where you land. Yeah, you can hold A and then just spam B if you want. But basically, with Pocket Rocket, you should only be doing 3 Pocket Rocket inputs, because that's the max speed. And so you could do more if you wanted, I guess, but the shield doesn't have that much durability, so it's probably good to just only do 3. If you fly and warp there, well, basically, you could fly from the end of GSI to the Castle Town shrine, and then you would have a warp point. But the reason it would be slower is that you don't have Pocket Rocket. And Pocket Rocket makes flying way faster. So yeah, it would just not be worth it. Let's see. Two-handed versus one-handed. Forward and backward arrow flights are different speeds. Wait, really? Let's see. Two-handed arrow flight. Forward gives way more height, less speed. Backwards is slightly slower, but more height. So that means that, like, I guess a good test, a good demonstration of that would be like, could you do like, no, isn't it just like this is a jump slash with a two-handed weapon, right? I guess you could maybe do that. And that's with a one-handed weapon. You can see that there's a difference in distance. Technically, I did a backflip swing with the one-handed weapon. I should not do that. And do this instead. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that they'd be different because you're doing different jump slashes. And so, yeah, that is a different amount of distance. Yeah, I don't think anyone checked. As far as I'm aware, but Andre would probably be more likely to know. Let's see. Using a two-handed from fuse to ascend can let you grab the island, which is bad. The jump slash differences where visual slash cosmetic. Yeah, I think that was probably what happened. But they are actually different. So yeah, it makes sense that a two-handed would be slower. Like, look at the distance, like the difference in distance that you get. So yeah, that makes sense. Yo, Sell Meow, thank you for the 11-month resub. 2-year sub goal, hands tied behind the back, %. Honestly, that'd be like, I feel like that wouldn't be too bad. As long as it's not blindfolded. Takes some getting used to for sure. But controllers are small. I just use Joy-Cons, I guess. Yeah, it's one of those things where I I feel like this happens fairly frequently, where it's like a thing that we just like don't check. Does that change anything? I mean, like in any percent, it's a one-handed weapon the whole time, and that's what would be fastest. Because yeah, it's just like a tree branch or something. No, the rusty broadsword. That's the one. Also, does that mean that for this run you would want to switch between the two? A spear? Hold up. Where can I get a spear? Yeah, I was going to the the Captain Construct. 112 AD. Right, yeah, that would actually be relevant. I wonder, like, with Pocket Rocket or other sort of, like, speed enhancers. Oh. Surely I can just ascend here, right? Oh no. There we go. Okay, so let's go to some spot. We'll redo the other two screenshots. So I guess this isn't really relevant in terms of like this run. I don't think getting a spear would be, unless there's like a spear, one of these guys has one, but I don't think so. Because yeah, the spears are pretty far out of the way. I guess we used to get the long stick for like, was it glitchless? Got it. Oh, recall launches, yeah. Okay, so I now have like this. I don't really like the camera here. Oh, that's a little awkward. That's good. Wait. Okay, it looks like spear is should be basically the same as one-handed. Unless the height, right? Because this is just horizontal distance, but maybe there's some height component that could be different. Um, which it's harder to just quickly look at that. I guess what if I do it's like this? Oh wait, it's like this? I'm trying to think of like how do I want to do this test. Let's do that. Switch. That. Switch. That. Wait, no, I should be doing hold up. Yeah, we do. Can I just like put little measuring marks on the wall that we can actually see how tall Link is? Okay, so what should I even be looking for? Okay, wait. Hold up. No, just kidding. I was thinking his coordinates do change. The first few frames, yeah. Right, because it's getting canceled immediately. So that's like pretty high up. Is it based on... Could it be like... Because they all reach 1453 for a little bit. But yeah, he like arches his back with the two-handed weapon. It's a nice like flip. Um yeah, I guess what I'm interested in is like given the same number of jump slash cancels at the same rhythm, does a two-handed weapon get more height than a one-handed weapon? Because there is like if the two-handed weapon doesn't go as far horizontally, then you also just get more room to, or there's more room to be able to gain more height as you keep going. see the height going up much faster. Well, I mean, it would be a combination of both, right? Or it could be that if you're not moving horizontally as far, you're going to you're gonna be able to like reach higher heights. Oh, I don't have. And so it could also just give you more height from each jump slash, but are we cooking? It's a little science. I mean, it's a lot of science. Testing. Wait, did somebody have a task? Wasn't Ergol able to like task it? I feel like that would be tasking capabilities. It'd give a more accurate result. Because like this, I have no confidence that these are the same rhythm. But it's 20 of each, and they both hit the same height value. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. I guess I would use a metronome or something. And then... yeah, it's roughly the same, but like... it's also, I don't know. Hard to tell. Hello, Rickroll Master. Is this any percent? It's, oh, yeah, I guess I could try with spears. I'm currently in the process of figuring out how to do blindfolded any percent. Here's a command to explain it. Yeah, I mean, I hit 1474 with all of them in 20 jump slashes. But yeah, I think like, yeah, if we do, we do bug Ergol, ask for some tassing, that would be interesting information, because then you could confirm it. But yeah, I think like the spear jump slash, well, Let's see. And the one-handed jump slash are like the same thing. Well, so the two-handed jump slash is different. Like all the jump slashes are probably slightly different. As in like spear and one-handed, they both go the same horizontal distance where two-handed doesn't. Two-handed goes, or it doesn't go as far. And so that's why, or that's at least part of the reason why it would potentially move slower. Oh, wait. So does it matter? Thinking about like running, so we do almost all of our arrow flights as like either forward jump arrow flights or running backwards arrow flights. And does the jump slash difference actually matter for something like Pocket Rocket arrow flight, where like you're essentially just maintaining speed from, like you're already at max speed for like Pocket Rocket, and then you're just maintaining that going backwards. So I guess like, does a backwards jump slash arrow flight behave differently than a forward one? Because like the forward one, you're essentially just using the momentum from a forward jump slash, but like for backwards, you're just maintaining your momentum. It's my favorite Zelda game. It's Breath of the Wild. If there's a speed difference, that may suggest a difference in the speed decay. Right. Breath of the Wild forever. Yeah, I don't know. This game is good, but Breath of the Wild's like speedrun is just better. And the glitches are just like, they're more fun for the most part. There's some like neat stuff in this game, but you can't really beat wind bombs and BTBs. Here's the Kingdom speedruns feel cheated. Yeah, I think like the problem with Tears of the Kingdom runs, I mean, well, there's a few things. Number one, the intro is way too long. Please just let me skip it. And then two, well, I guess that's still the same thing as one, basically, but the cutscenes on GSI are way too long. Please just let me skip them. And then there's like duplication of like rubies or gems or whatever. Means that army isn't a problem at all. Like you're just duplicating stuff where, and then like skipping the boss rush, yeah. It's way less interesting. So that's why like, glitchless was pretty cool to like run for a bit, because you actually had to figure out how to, you know, fight every boss. And you can't just duplicate, so there was actual risk involved. Where a lot of runs in this game, You just like dupe fairies and go about your way. And anything you need like to kill, you just dupe gems. Which, I mean, to be fair, Breath of the Wild also has IST, which any longer run will just duplicate like infinite fairies and then you'll never die. Which I have always, well, always? I've definitely been of the opinion that IST kind of, like, it makes runs easier to learn, but it does take out some of the kind of like interesting parts of routing. I think that when you have infinite fairies, it makes the run have a lot less like tension. Because like if you mess up, a wind bomb doesn't matter. You're just losing time. But you're not losing like any other resource, where before it was like, oh, the old dungeons route is really low on food, or like MSR. I guess MSR doesn't really follow the same logic because you actually don't do IST. But yeah, it's like if you mess up too many wind bombs, that's really bad because you're actually just gonna run out of food. But yeah, it's like if you mess up a wind bomb, blow yourself up, you just have to wait before you can do the next wind bomb, and that's all. Yeah, all dog treasures definitely suffers from that. At the same time, so I wouldn't have run dog percent without IST, I don't think, because what is it? I didn't really want to farm wood. Let's see, talking about the sword dupe to transmute a new bow. You called it inventory sort transmutation. Sick. I think we should just reuse all acronyms. Why not? IST and BLSS big stinky doo-doo. True. That's why we need to bring back the other leaderboard. Like a pre-BLSS IST. What, Rek's been saying it for a while. And I agree. Half the fun. Well, the thing is, if you remove BLSS, sure, you get rid of the constant flicking, but then you get to watch BTBs, and isn't that so much more fun? Okay, wait. So how, this is something I was kind of wondering about. If you have a dynamically zuggled weapon, or I guess just a zuggled weapon, doesn't really matter if it's dynamically zuggled or not, and you fuse to the weapon, let's just say you fuse a boulder to your rusty claymore, how exactly do the fuse materials interact? Like the fuse entanglement? Because if I'm switching between weapons, like let's just say the two-handed versus one-handed weapon speed difference is actually relevant, and so I would want to be like switching between the two, but I have like Well, would you just weapon state transfer later? Each weapon in the stack will have the material until you swap weapons. Okay, so if you swap weapons, it gets rid of the fuse materials, which would bring the Master Sword back down to 1 durability. It should, okay. Yo, Vive, thank you for the raid. How was the stream? What were you guys up to? Hey, what's up, M? Hello, Moonlit. Break the ice. There we are. Chase him. Thanks for the good looks. Something you're currently investigating. Yeah, that's something that I was thinking about, because like I'm kind of juggling different fuse materials, but like realistically, can't you just do weapon state transfer later? No, because you're dynamically zuggling. So you have to do it before you zuggle. Okay. Yeah, so essentially just that is important to know, because like if you swap weapons, then if it gets rid of the extra durability you have, then that's fine. Because then you'd be switching back to the damaged MNF anyway. So it should be good. Brainstorming new overlays, a chillin' noise. Am I going to GDQ? I am not, unfortunately. Yeah, I essentially decided not to go to GDQ at all. Not even like submit for this one, because I had made plans to go to Evo. And then I was traveling with my family earlier. So it was just like too much traveling. Look, one day we'll be at the same event. It'll happen. But yeah. Also, like, in terms of what I would submit, like, I didn't submit anything for GDQ this time. But for next time, it's probably like 2P1C, Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild Old Dungeons. And then, yeah, I don't know if Tears of the Kingdom I'd submit anything. Yo, what's up, Nick? Yeah, happy birthday to this game. It's somehow a year old. Where's AGDQ? It is in... Wait, wasn't it in Pittsburgh this year? Is it always there? I think it was like Pittsburgh in the winter, so it was like kind of an unfortunate location. Yeah, it's a year old. It used to be in Florida. Yeah, I think it used to be in Florida. That sounds right. So I don't know if it's like something you can expect to be in the same spot next time. Okay. For anyone joining from the raid, I am currently working on Tears of the Kingdom 90% blindfolded. So, here is my lovely blindfold. You'll notice I was not wearing it because I've been trying to figure out the route. So it's more like practice and testing before I can then practice and actually do the attempts. But here's the beautiful sleep mask that I bought. Oh, wait. This would be a perfect opportunity to do this. I think, maybe. Wait, should I have heard the... Oh, wait. I actually have no idea when I would land. I haven't tried counting that. This is where I'm supposed to land for the most part. Except I don't have a ferry. Assuming 8 seconds, 8 to 9. Yeah, because it's the same thing basically. I just haven't really tried that part of it. But yeah, it like lands there, which is correct. And then you would do a full damage cancel. Because right now, I have fairies in my inventory, but this is the island where I get fairies. So in an actual run, and that would not fly. You have the same blindfold now? Hey, let's go. Yo, it's a brush. Your green screen? Oh, see, that's why I don't use a green screen. Kind of. I thought about, or somewhat recently, I was thinking about I could get a green screen. But then, I don't know, I'd probably get rid of the lighting in the background. Which honestly, like, the lighting that I'm using right now is probably not ideal at all. It just, like... I think it just makes my face darker because there's, like, a light behind me. The lighting in my room is terrible. But yeah, like that's the idea. Essentially, this game has some really good tools for blindfolded speedruns in Arrow Smuggle Flight. And so right there, yeah. I just fly in a straight line from point A to point B, and this is where I need to go to get fairies that are... I already collected them in the save file, but yeah, from here you would run, climb the wall, walk into the corner, and then you're always in the same spot. It would appear that fuse and tangle on a Zuggle stack, then swapping weapons does properly remove the material. Okay, that's good. Good to know. Which means that, like, later in the run, you just need to switch back to the MNF. Yeah, like, the lighting is... I don't know. I don't know if I would say I like it. I think it's fine. It's fun. It is definitely a different vibe from other streams, I would say. But I haven't really bothered to try to change it. Because, like, okay, so I had tried at one point pointing a giant lamp that we have in my face. And then it just kind of hurt my eyes because I was looking at a very bright light. And I was like, whatever. Because they don't have like a... And, you know, maybe like a proper... I don't know. People use like a ring light or a fill light that you can buy with adjustable brightness. You know, it could be better, but the lamp I had definitely was not doing it for me. Is a key light? Yeah, it's like I could probably invest in some better lighting, but I don't know. People seem to like it. Might be the vocal minority. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, actually. That's what I was thinking about a green screen. It was like, if I do videos where I'm like a talking head. Because currently I just voiceover. But there's no like camera component. But like I see a lot of people doing videos where it's like, I don't know. The one I guess that, or the person I watch that, you know, comes to mind when thinking about this would be like Wolfie. VGC. But yeah, that's what I was thinking, like maybe a green screen could be good. Faces and thumbnails, yeah. You gotta have like a really ridiculous face as well. A lamp underneath my chin and point it straight up. Is this like a movie night? No, not movie night. Scary story night. I feel like this. Wait. You want like this lighting? Perfect. You know, I could do it. Like it wouldn't bother me at all, right? And actually, it's not really shining in my eyes if it's under my chin. No, a little bit. With the blindfold on it, it doesn't really matter. You should use the sweet face you used when we were in front of the Taco Bell. Hey, maybe. No, I feel like I like the drawn style of like I don't know. Kind of like what I've been doing for my produced videos. I like that kind of style of thumbnail compared to having the face with the pog emote. But like yeah. The blindfolded PB for GSI, I mean, like, I don't know. It both performed as expected, but then also not as well as expected. I guess it was like not as well as I had hoped, but kind of what I expected. Yeah, I definitely think like once I make a video about the process of like coming up with the route and all the obstacles in terms of what it means to do a run blindfolded. I think that one's gonna be really good. But I did use the I did use my face in that thumbnail, which is a first. Am I afraid of the dark? Not especially, I don't think. PNG tuber. I don't even know what I would. What if I was a PNG tuber? Would I just use like it would be a drawing of Link, I guess. Oh, hello again, Marty. Yeah, I am still alive. Haven't perished yet. Oh, yeah, so essentially today has been, what is it? Going and timing, well, not just timing, because I only did that a couple times, but basically, once you finish DSI, it's warp to fuse, fly to the island, pick up the ferries, fly to set up pocket rocket, fly to the steering sticks, warp back to Ultra Hand, and then fly to castle and clip out of bounds. Yeah, working through some of the problems with that. But I did time that from, yeah, like it's kind of a super hand wavy timing, like super ultra hand wavy. Because I was using a file that like the ferries were already collected, and obviously I'm looking, so things go way more smoothly than they might in an actual run. But this is all to get like an estimate on how long it's gonna take once we're ready for like real runs. And going from... I timed it from like warping to fuse. So it'd be like essentially once you gain control of Link, then you warp to fuse. And then go from there. And barring the fact that yeah, I didn't actually grab a fairy and like certain things like that. And it's like, oh, in a real run, maybe you don't actually get the fairy first try, so you have to reload. And then you have to reset up Aerosmuggle, stuff like that. It was pretty fast. It was like 10. So I got one that was like 11:30 entering army, and then the next time I did it, it was like 10:15. Where some of those segments were very, very optimal. Where, yeah, it probably doesn't work out like that most of the time. But it was like 10... I would guess like 11 minutes is fairly reasonable. Maybe like 12. Which is already like pretty fast. So if GSI were expecting like 38 minutes or something. And the end game, I kind of just looked at how long it takes in Saver's world record. Say, do you what is it? Army, Ganondorf, and Dragon. And then I added that on. And it would take roughly like 30 minutes to do all of the end game, which 30 minutes on top of a 38 GSI. I mean, even if we say like 40 minutes for GSI, let's just keep numbers around 40 and 30. That's like a 110. Which I think those are definitely very conservative estimates. Don't forget the prologue. Oh. Well, yeah. Yeah, because GSI timing. Okay. So that'd be like 7 minutes added on. So then it would be like sub 120 for sure. Maybe 115-ish. Oh, hello, Olazrem. Thank you for the good luck. Oh, hello, Akurataki. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I don't have fairies anymore. Whatever. I think it was like I was deciding to do 10 there. Oh, wait. I was gonna hop left. Oh, whatever. Yeah, there are certain things that I haven't really... Like, it'll just be, like, probably counting a certain number of things. The hop left off the roof might have been bad. I don't think it would have been. I mean, like... Like, it should be totally fine. Well, the thing is, if you're too far left, you should be hitting this, like, wall thing, right? And it's better to do that than to be too far right. And so if you do end up climbing the wall, you know that you hit the left wall. And you can try to save it from there. Which I guess would be like, you grab it and then turn, I don't know, this way or something. Is it raining? Wait, can it be raining? Interesting. That might be bad. I feel like it shouldn't be too bad. Well, like right here, surely, if you're far enough left, I think you can just climb. Wait, that was a single climb. I want to say normally we climb like right here, which is out of the rain. It would just be like climbing the first thing. I mean, you know that it's raining. You can hear it, so you can act accordingly. But you might want to have a game plan, I guess. I wonder if it would be worth it to just like do that. But I think like I've been using the angle we get off of climbing this. Is usually you climb facing like this way. Clip out of SOR so it never rains. Dude, I wish. I don't think you can do that in this game. Yo, what's up, Diesel? Catch a cold? Yeah, but it's like summer. I'm sure I'll be fine. I mean, look at the temperature, right? It's a nice, mild day. Not too hot, not too cold. Okay, yeah, I mean, like, the second one is just out of the rain, so if you can climb the first one, then you're totally okay. No, I don't think so. Or if there is, it requires voodoo magic. I mean, there's like some really crazy things you can do in this game, right? Like SOR, no, not SOR skip, GSI skip. Does TOT not activate time and weather? I think I've been told it doesn't. I don't think I've actually sat around at the beginning to like check when the like time of day cycle starts. But I mean, I don't think I've seen the first diving cutscene, like the title card cutscene, not during the day. Or have I? Feels like the thing that, or something that they would restrict to be a certain time of day. You have to touch the door before the game is able to go night mode. Okay. I could see that, yeah. That makes sense. And like currently there's no way to skip TOT. So there's like effectively no way to freeze time of day. This I think looks fine. That was 85. Yeah, that's fine. Whoops. So I would land here, which is obviously way more acceptable compared to last time. Last time I was like literally on the edge of the bridge. This would be like really good. And then from here, you just do like... Oh, I think the way I was doing it was this. And then... oops. Really? There we go. Was that because... Is like the middle of it? You can't... Interesting. You can't run up the middle of the gate. I guess, sure. Can you tell if that happens? I assume you would just know that you're already where the gate would be. And then you would probably just like move left and then climb up it. Oh, yeah, you can hear the step up. Yeah. And then from here, oh wait, I don't have overload set up. But at this point, yeah, you would just clip through. But yeah, I don't know. I would say like this is all looking pretty good. Oh, I do have extra shields. Wait. So this has already been used on this. Wait, did that work? Is it like that? And then you go... Isn't that great? This is exactly what I wanted. I didn't know you could do that. How fun. Don't worry, you won't get dizzy if you just watch Link. Wait, so why did that happen? Also, am I doing it right? You usually drop shield and then press A. Okay, I did the opposite. There we are. Ooh. Look at that. Oh, wait. I'm off the stick, aren't I? Wait, what? Am I? You're cold. Oh. I mean, it was raining earlier. That's a little creepy. Probably want to move to the right part of the gate. Okay, so is that a thing that... Yeah, I guess I did clip pretty close to the gate. I was thinking like maybe I was like farther away or something, but no. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, you just like hit the gate and then walk right. Probably should be totally fine. Oh wait, yeah. Dude, today is Sunday. That's so weird. More like fun day. So true. Yeah, not for long. I mean, kind of. When you think about it, is is the day end really at midnight, or is it when I go to sleep? But I've been going to sleep like after stream on a weird like schedule. Jet lag. But yeah, it's like Sunday. That means, yeah. The next time I'd be streaming would be Wednesday. I'll have plenty of time to work on some videos next couple days. But yeah, I think like I made really good progress. And I'll also be like looking at what I'm supposed to be doing for like what is it, army and I guess it's army and demon dragon, right? And I guess practicing some other things like to finalize getting to like Fairy Island, you know, counting 8 seconds, or getting to the steering sticks, which is counting. Well, I guess in that case I don't need to count, right? Because I have fairies duped. So really it's just this one. Yeah, that one I just use the fairy FTC. I guess it's not really a fall damage cancel, since you're just taking the fall damage. But yeah, I don't know. This all seems pretty good. Oh, true. Demon Dragon with Zuggled MNFs. That is definitely gonna be interesting. I mean, even just Demon Dragon, I'm probably gonna spend a whole day figuring that one out. I'm kind of hoping that like one-shotting the eyeball just makes it more lenient. Like you have more time to mess around or something. But it's also Demon Dragon, so who knows if that's how things work. Yeah, that would work as well. Checking the dynamic zuggles. So yeah, even if it does mess things up, you could do that. That would be embarrassing. I mean, I'm pretty sure the way the damage works out, you would just need to get like one extra hit, or oh, maybe not one, but like a couple extra hits. It wouldn't be too bad. Because it's like 660 per hit. And so after 5 hits, or no, after 4 hits, it's very barely not gonna kill him. And so you just have to hit him like 1 or 2 more times, I think. True, yeah. Which the thrown weapon is probably like a tree branch or something. So would not add anything. So it would be 660 times 4 plus... Well, it's 660 times 4, right? Which leaves you with... Wait, what? He's got 2,500 HP. Math. Oh, man. You'd only need 3 hits plus throw. Wait, doesn't this not... Don't you do 5 hits? It's 2,500. Wait. Where is the, I'm gonna go pull up Ergol's, strat again. Wait, I must have missed... Oh, no. Okay, 1... 2... 3... And then 4. Wait, it was actually only 4 hits. Which makes sense. Okay. Yeah. I was just wrong. Which is good. Being wrong is sometimes good. Yo, Ruinix, thank you for the 8-month resub. Usually a good thing. Yeah, probably. Yeah, the what is it? I'm pretty sure the is it Zelda Dungeon? One of those sites said it was at half HP. It was kind of, I guess it makes sense, but essentially it said there was two phases, where I always call it three phases. But it was two phases where the first phase is 2,500 and then the second phase is 5,000, but then it uh, switches halfway through. But it's the same health bar, I guess. Is that? I don't know. Yeah. I think like it makes more sense as three phases. Because like phase two is like the fights for the different powered up Ganondorfs, the last two parts, it's like it is different, right? 'Cause, yeah, I would say it makes sense to describe it as three phases. But yeah, what's up, Deathlord? Ganondorf. Man, it's such a shame I got rid of my dynamics at all. Because, like, it's only 10, right? To get it back to the overloaded state. But, like, I just don't want to do 10 Zuggles. But then it's like, once you have it set up, it's so nice. Hmm. You could say that's fun. I don't know if I agree. The game's been out for a year. How many times do you Zuggle per year? Too many. Okay, I mean, like, what? Every single any percent run is at least 4. Oh, I guess that's a question. How many any percent runs have I done of Tears of the Kingdom? Uh, it's Okay, apparently with the casino route, I have 123 rens. Completed, and if you look at what about Nomuo? Oh, is that splits file probably carries over for a lot of the previous ones, so I don't know, let's just assume it's like 123 like total. And that's not including, that's like finished runs. So that's not including ones where I got to Ganondorf and then failed Demon Dragon or something. But yeah, like 120 runs is already like nearly 500 Zuggles. And so, yeah, no, it's going to be a lot. Especially Zuggle Overload. We used to do the Zuggle Overload route. Zuggle Overload Arrow Smuggle. Practicing. Yeah, it's like I wonder. Definitely in the thousands. I would guess. I would guess under 5,000. Lifetime Zuggles would be. Wait, how many Zuggles did it require? Or were we doing to like fight the boss rush at the beginning? I feel like it must have been, I don't know, something like 13 or 14. That was on like 1.1, I think. And 0. You are missing out on something. Not much, yeah. I would say probably not that much. Yeah, I was looking at, like, you could do this kind of duping to not use up shield durability. Yeah, I was thinking, like, oh, you know, you're going to need to dupe the fairy, and that might use up durability on your shield, and that could be important. So you could do, like, a dive dupe situation, but this is, like, way harder than it needs to be. Right, you could do that. But it's like, why would you do that when you can just shield surf on dirt? And then I found this spot, which is a lot of dirt. Yo, how is it going, Sly? Speaking of telling of how much time you spent doing something in Tears of the Kingdom, shoutouts to you, that one extension for live split. the intro timer. It's like, how much of your life have you wasted watching that intro? Now you can find out. Let's see. Too much, yeah. It's like the collective amount of time that Tears of the Kingdom runners have spent on the intro is way too high. Dude, I have this. It's really annoying. So, my eyelid on the left, or my left eye, right? My eyelid has like this little bump. It's like almost on the inside of it. And that like scratches against my eye, causing it to itch. Doesn't actually scratch my eye, but yeah, it rubs against my eye and causes it to itch. And then I try to like rub my eye, and it does not help at all. It makes it worse in terms of like now I'm like thinking about the itch. And so it's just like really annoying. And I thought that it was just like an eyelash in my eye for a while, and then it just did not go away for a long while. So I was like, okay, let me go check. And then yeah, it's like, is it milia? What's milia? You know, it might be. It's been a year, yeah, it has. Surprisingly. Yeah, it's like Millicent. Um, yeah, it probably is. What is it? Milia on eyelid was one of the autocompletes. Whoa. Secondary milia are small cysts that occur after damage to your skin, either from burns, rashes, blisters, or sunlight exposure. That's right. That's why you shouldn't go outside. Yeah, I think I've had this happen before, and I just need to wait, but it's just kind of annoying. And overall, it's like fine as long as I don't think about it. Or I just amputate. It just fell off one day. Well, hopefully that day is sooner rather than later. Yeah, what's up, nerd? Dude, do you remember? Oh, I don't have the spear anymore. That one... You're doing glitchless, right? And then to get to the wing chest, there was a strat to hit one of these floating platforms a bunch, because it like moves it a little bit, and so you could move it close enough that you could, I think, like ascend. onto the floating island that had a treasure chest with wings. But that's when I learned you could move this platform just by like hitting it. And you use like a spear, so it attacks really quickly. Actually, does it really matter? What if I use... Like a two-handed weapon might just move it more per hit to counteract the number of hits. But yeah, that was a goofy strat. I think glitchless is now like it's like a 105 or something. Definitely got improved. I haven't actually watched the run to see what exactly changed. Oh, yeah, I never submitted my run to the leaderboard. I totally forgot about that. Because I had like stopped running glitchless by the time it got put on the boards. I guess I could do that. I'd have to like look up when I did the run. Yeah, I just forgot about it. Yeah, it should be. I played it pretty safe. I mean, like, what were the things that they didn't allow? I think it was just like recall launches, right? Are you allowed to do... I think you are allowed to do crouch, throw, dumb sprint. Not that anyone would want to. Yeah, Moz doors. Which, I mean, like, if you ban Moz door jumps, like, kind of a hard thing to... What is a Moz door jump? Oh, no. Is my internet gonna die again? No way. This has got to be like a... Hold up. I say as I'm talking to nobody. That would be so funny. Not like actually funny, but well, I guess that's that. I was just stalling anyway.